All right. Good day to you and all that. Tell me in the comment section if you know who that artist is. Tell me in the comment section. I'm hearing myself back. Hold on. Hold on. I'm hearing myself back. All right. So that's that. Tell me in the comment section if you know. Should there be a prize for whoever gets it right? It's out of your generational loop. Most of you, I suspect, because when did that even come? That's probably in the 70s thereabouts. Yes, it'll be around about the 70s. So I suspect that that particular classic right there is out of the generational loop of quite a lot of you. What are you guys? Is it not Davido now? That anything outside of Davido, nobody knows who it is. But tell me if you know that artist. I'm actually curious to know if anybody can get it right. Tell me in the comment section who the artist is. So tell me in the hold on. So I'm just doing something right here. So tell me in the comment section if you know who that artist is. Good day to you. Good to be your company. All that. Good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? So how are you? I hope you're having a gloriously wonderful day so far. Twice as nice. We are coming out for the second time today. So twice for luck. What is the thing for twice? Is it twice for luck? Two times for luck? Twice as nice. Always. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button, just as I invite you to do so. Click on the like button. Please do that. We need numbers going up. We are on a mission to get 100,000 subscribers sometime this year. So actually, let me change the message so people are clear on what the agenda is. Hold on. Let me. I just want to put a notice of. We need 100K subscribers. Help us on that journey. You know, I had to hurriedly change the title of the stream. It was badly written, so I had to redo the whole. Maybe not redo the whole thumbnail. I had to edit it and then redo the by being one of them, by being one of them. So just so we're clear on what the agenda is. So this is the game plan right here. We're on that journey to 100,000 subscribers. Look at our subscriber numbers, and we have ambitions that lofty. So we are on that journey to 100,000 subscribers. Help us on that journey by being one of them. So on the journey to 100,000 subscribers, so why is that thing? No, I don't like the way that looks actually. What do I do? Should I make that tall? All right. All right. So we're on our way to 100,000 subscribers. Help us on that journey by being one of them. On our way to 100,000 subscribers. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you're having a gloriously wonderful day so far. And hope the day gets better for spending time in the company of this Oyualafi man. This is me. I'm from Oyualafi. So hope the day gets even richer for spending time in the company of one man went to mow. One man went to mow, the eagle lands again. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed. So click on like, as I said. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. Sorry, this screen is looking a bit no, I don't want that showing, so let me just yeah. So click on like, as I said. Click on subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. Come join me on the screen via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. Say, why do I even tell people to super chat towards the stream? Nobody does anymore, but that's just the nature of it. But super chat, if you're inclined, though, we do need the super chats. We welcome the super chats but nobody feels inclined to do that. But at least like, share, and subscribe. So if you do those three things, then we're all squared. So we call it quits. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. And say hello to me in the comment section. You know I have no friends, so be my friend for the moment that we spent together in the course of this stream. Saying hello is Ratel family, telling us that Akpabio will soon find out just the cut of the jib of the average Nigerian. So there's that's Ratel family right there. This is Suraja right there saying good morning here in Swartz County, Dublin. So there he is right there. Please tell us where you're joining us from as well. And that's Lato Rich right there, who got it immediately and straight away. That's My Sweet Lord by George Harrison. You know, I've been playing that song on the loop for, I think, at least going on 48 hours now. I've not recently discovered it, by the way. It just came into my consciousness again, and I cannot get it out of my head. So why don't I embed it in your head as well? Why don't I irritate you by playing it again? So sorry, I was speaking, not knowing I was muted. So there it is right there, My Sweet Lord by George Harrison. He was a member of the Beatles. Some of you may or may not know he was a member of the Beatles, but that was a solo track. But there was actually a lot of controversy around that song, by the way, because it was a seminal case of copyright, because he lifted the chords and the arrangements from a black female group, and they took him to court, and there was a whole lot of mess around that song. But nevertheless, it stands the test of time. George Harrison, My Sweet Lord. George Harrison, My Sweet Lord. Shall we just get started? No point in dilly-dallying. A lot has happened today, of course. We've had the kerfuffle. Rotimi Amechi also rolled out with his son, telling us that Akpabio lives in a mansion as though he lives in a shack. So we had that comedy of Rotimi Amechi being now the champion of the common man. Rotimi Amechi, throughout all of his working life, he has always invoiced his life to the government, every single step. He came out of university straight into politics. He started at the local government space. He went into the state assembly in Rivers State, very quickly became the speaker of the state assembly, went from the state assembly, count the years, went from the state assembly in Rivers State to the state house in Rivers State, served 2 terms there, went immediately from there to Minister of Transportation. So throughout all of his working life, Rotimi Amechi, he has always invoiced his life to the Nigerian state. We've always paid for this guy. So he's experiencing cold turkey now, because now he's suddenly a civilian, and if he wants food, he has to go to the market by himself and make the purchase by himself. So that's what aggrieves him. So Rotimi Amechi is not championing anything other than his aggrievement that it no longer has the retinues of our office to insulate his life. He can no longer invoice his life to the Nigerian state, and that is what aggrieves Rotimi Amechi. Rotimi Amechi doesn't give an FUCK about you. You know that, I know that. Rotimi Amechi, or even Peter Obi, they don't give an FUCK. It's all about posturing, it's all about importance, and it's all about power. It's a power tussle. It's a Game of Thrones, nothing to do with you and I. So a power tussle, Game of Thrones, nothing to do with you and I. But Akpabio tells them to fuck off. All right, Akpabio tells them to fuck off. Let's start it off, kick it off with this one. Senate. This is the headline piece. So we'll be talking about this, the Senate's latest response to the push for e-transmission of election results. So we'll be speaking to that. We'll also be speaking to Obasanjo's push to have Peter Obi Kwakwanso ticket. So Obasanjo still not giving up on that. So we'll be speaking to that. We'll also be catching up with El Rufai, as it tells us that if he were in Nigeria, he would have been part of the demonstration or whatever it is that Peter Obi organized yesterday. We'll be looking at reasons why electronic transmission of results is not feasible within the Nigerian space. So what else we will be looking at? So mainly we'll be looking at that. We usually do a lot of statistics as well. So why don't we start it off with statistics? Because that's usually how we start it off. So these are some statistics that just came in. Estimated number of people with insufficient food consumption by state. So it's like the starvation list, people that cannot afford meals. So estimated number of people with insufficient food consumption by state. This is as at February the 5th, 2026. So nearly 8 million people are malnourished. It's a malnourishment list. That's essentially how to view it. It's a malnourishment list. So approximately 8 million people are malnourished in Kano State. Approximately 6 million people are malnourished in Lagos State. Approximately 6 million as well in Kaduna State. 4.3 million in Katsina State. 3.4 million in Yobe State. 3.4 million in Borno. 3 million in Gombe. 3 million also in Sokoto. 3 million in Adamawa and 3 million in Jigawa. So with Lagos being the outlier, that list does not surprise anybody. Good to see you, HEKO. Good evening from Dallas, Texas. Good to see you. So outside of Lagos being an outlier, you have to understand that Lagos is a mega city. Lagos is one of the 5 mega cities or maybe 7 mega cities in the world. I think New Delhi is another one. So when you have a heavy concentration of people in a smallish geographical space, then that's a mega city. So Lagos is a mega city. So that might somewhat explain then why 6 million people might be malnourished. But as wealthy as Lagos is, nobody really should be malnourished in Lagos. I think it's more the people that are migrating to Lagos that are malnourished rather than the indigenous people. But outside of Lagos being the outlier, 9 out of the 10 states where people have insufficient food to eat, they are all in the north, and that explains. That doesn't come as a surprise, and that explains so many of the Malays. They breed like rabbit. They don't work at all. So that's the narrative of the north. Most employable universities in Nigeria. This is at 2022. So what this tells us then is that graduates from these particular universities are more lusted after than most other universities because of their preeminence and their premiership. So graduates from these universities are more lusted after than a graduate from other universities. So the most employable graduate comes out of University of Ibadan, because that comes as no surprise, the oldest university in Nigeria. But then the second two, they are new age universities. Babcock University, 64% of them are employable. Covenant University, 63%. OAU, 62%. Lagos State University comes fifth. Lagos State University seems to rank high in all of these university tertiary. You'd have thought Unilag, not Lagos State University, but Lagos State University is number 5 in terms of their desirability by employers. Unizik comes in at number 6. Ahmed Bello University comes in at number 7. Ekiti State University comes in at number 8. University of Nigeria, Nzuka, that is Peter Obi's alma mater, comes in at number 9. So even the university matrix rejects Peter Obi. University of Ilorin comes in as number 10. Yaba Tech comes in at number 11. University of Lagos, Unilag, comes in at number 12. So people desire more people from Yaba Tech than Unilag. That comes as a surprise to me. 13 Futo, 14 Futa, and then 15 Lautech. So that is the They said, what is the metric of most employable universities in Nigeria 2022? Percentage of graduates in full-time employment. So I'm not quite sure what that tells us, but it surely tells us something. Imo State recorded highest rate of fraudulent government projects in 2024. So this is a Hopuzo Dema. So Imo State is the most fraudulent in terms of governance, closely followed by Lagos State, Kwara, Abia, Ogun, Oyo, Bauchi, etc. So that's the rogue list right there. We go on from that to... No, this is not where we're wanting to come. We go on from that to this. So we go on from that to this. States with highest rate of abandoned government projects: Taraba, Abia, Nasarawa, Adamawa, Ogun, Osun, Sokoto, Oyo, Ondo, and FCT. So Lagos, surprisingly, not on that list. So Speak Nandu seems to be the thing for Lagos State. So that's that one right there. That's the one we just looked at. So let's go on to this one. Let's go on to this one. Public project completion rates, lowest performing states in 2024. So this is the states that don't complete most of their projects. It's essentially public projects completion rates, lowest performing states in 2024: Delta, Ondo, Yobe, Benue, Adamawa, Oyo, Abia, Nasarawa, Plateau, Taraba, Sokoto, Lagos. So those are that's that list right there. Let's take one last list. Public project completion rates. I think we just did this, did we? I think we should be on this one now, should we? Most employable courses in Nigeria. So, you know, when you go do media studies, you will never go to get a job, but lawyers will get a job. Elect, electronic, electrical, they will get a job. Chemical engineering gets a job. Accountancy, computer science, mathematics, food science and technology. So who employs somebody that graduates in food science and technology? What's their niche in the market? They are more employable than somebody that studied economics, mechanical engineering, banking and finance, civil engineering, computer engineering, English and literature, mass communications, microbiology. Why would anybody study microbiology in Nigeria? That's the question, really. A country that has no science base. So that's that. So now let's now go back to where we wanted to start. Senate. Let me hold on. And by the way, you can start coming into the studio if you feel inclined. I'm not sure. What are you saying in the comment section? All right. Senate reverses stance to allow e-transmission of election results, retains manual backup. So this headline is somewhat misleading because for all that happened, everything changed but remains the same. It's essentially the summation of what transpired in the Senate today. Senate reverses stance to allow e-transmission of election results, retains manual backup. The Senate has amended the Electoral Act to permit the electronic transmission of election results, leaving safeguards to address potential technical challenges. The decision follows the upper chamber's move on Tuesday to rescind its earlier position, which had rejected the compulsory electronic transmission of results from polling units to the Independent National Electoral Commission's result viewing portal, IREV. Following the new amendment, so if you look at the new amendment, it's a case of everything changes but remains the same. Following the new amendment, the Senate approved electronic transmission, but note this, so without the real-time phrase. So everything still changes. So it's an optional choice still. It's an optional choice still, because what they pushed for was to have the Senate mandate INEC to transfer electoral results compulsorily in real time. So that's what they were pushing for. But Akpabio gives them the middle finger. So let's take it from top again. The Senate has amended the Electoral Act to permit the electronic transmission of election results, leaving safeguards to address potential technical challenges. The decision follows the upper chamber's move on Tuesday to rescind its earlier position, which had rejected the compulsory electronic transmission of results from polling units to the Independent National Electoral Commission's result viewing portal, IREV. Following the new amendment, the Senate approved electronic transmission without the real-time phrase as part of the electoral process. But listen to this, the addendum or the provisos. Following the new amendment, the Senate approved electronic transmission without the real-time phrase as part of the electoral process, but stipulated that where internet connectivity fails, the form EC8A will remain the primary instrument for result correlation. So everything changes but remains. I cannot say what was achieved by this rewording. It's still pretty much what they said previously. You have the option to electronically transfer, or if you are not capacitated to. Under the proposal, electronic transmission will serve as the primary method of uploading results. However, in the event of technical challenges such as network failure, the motion provides for a fallback option, allowing the manual transmission of results using Form EC8A, duly signed and stamped by the presiding officer. The proposal, however, sparked concerns amongst lawmakers, particularly over the reliance on Form EC8A as the primary source of election results where dispute arises. So there it is right there. The differing view led to sharp divisions. I wonder if we can play a clip. The clip here is about an hour long, so that's why I'm not playing it. The differing views led to sharp divisions on the floor of the Senate, prompting Senator Yenaya Abaribe to call for an individual vote on the matter to clearly determine the position of each lawmaker. However, rather surprisingly, Senator Abaribe withdrew his call for individual votes moments later. So it's just posturing, isn't it? The votes and proceedings were then approved and adopted by the upper chamber. Meanwhile, the upper chamber has appointed a 12-member conference committee to harmonize differences between its version of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, and that of the House of Representatives. Senate President Godswill Akpabio announced the decision during an emergency plenary session on Tuesday. After consultation with the leadership, we have moved the number from 9 to 12. I will now read out the name of the conference committee members from the Senate, Akpabio said. Then it goes on to, so these are the list of the members. He urged the committee to treat its assignment as urgent, expressing optimism that the process could be concluded swiftly. The Senate president said that the outcome will be transmitted promptly to President Bola Tinubu for assent within February. He expressed optimism that President Bola Tinubu in the next week would sign the bill into law as an act of parliament. Proceedings on Tuesday's Senate sitting became tense as repeated interruptions and heated exchanges disrupted debates in the red chambers. The atmosphere shifted after lawmakers began deliberation on a motion sponsored by Senator Tahir Mongono, which triggered sharp division amongst members. Mongono proposed that the Senate rescind its earlier approval of Clause 60.3 of the Electoral Act, a provision that outlines the process for transmitting election results electronically. The debate culminated in Senate President Godswill Akpabio lending his support to a revised framework that designates electronic transmission as the primary mode of uploading results, whilst allowing manual submission via Form EC8A strictly where technical challenges occur. So, you know, this leaves Lagos somewhat vulnerable, you know, because Lagos has the capacity for electronic uploading, and we already know that the Obidients are prepared to hijack that process. So you may well end up with a Rose Viva as your governor, you know. We also had they hijacked the elections in Lagos in the last cycle. So now they can do it electronically. So Rose Viva now, he will be packing his dollars with the hackers, I suspect. Oh, all right. Where were we? Yes. The Senate's emergency plenary session followed mounting public outrage over recent changes to the Electoral Act, with particular attention on provisions governing the electronic transmission of election results. At the heart of the dispute is Clause 60, sub 3, which the Senate amended last week by removing the requirement for real-time electronic transmission. Instead, lawmakers retained the 2022 Electoral Act provision, granting the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) the discretion to determine how election results are transmitted. The decision sparked nationwide protest, including the Occupy National Assembly demonstration in Abuja. Civil society groups, opposition parties, and high-profile political figures such as Peter Obi and Rotimi Amechi joined the calls for mandatory real-time electronic transmission, arguing that it is essential to improving the transparency and credibility of elections. So they haven't gotten that. So real time was not added to the addendum added to the law that was passed. So this is an addendum, by the way, not a rewrite, and it's not a rescension. Nothing was rescinded. It's an addendum. It's an add-on rather than a rewrite. So nothing new comes out. So they recommend that electronic upload should be the first part of process that INEC should follow. So that should be their first attempt to submit the results. But where technical difficulty comes into play, then they can revert to what had always been the system. So it's still discretionary because, of course, we know that we don't have internet connectivity in Nigeria. So that's that. So that's essentially Godswill Akpabio inviting these dizzy rascals from the Obedience space, to go and to take a running jump. Nigeria not technologically ready for real-time election results. APC chieftain Biodun Ajiboye. So I think we all universally know that. Anyway, I'm not quite sure what these people are actually saying. Go and buy Starlinks. That's how ludicrous the narrative is. APC chieftain Biodun Ajiboye says Nigeria is not ready for real-time transmission of election results due to poor infrastructure, which is exactly what I've always said. Ajiboye said this while speaking on Arise TV on Monday, February the 9th. In his words, transmitting election results electronically is the function of manner of voting. If you vote manually and you collate results, how do you then transmit electronically in real time? It is not possible. So it is not possible. The only way that elections can be transferred in real time, transmitted in real time, is if we are actually doing electronic voting. We're doing manual voting. The votes are collated manually, but you're saying it's essentially an upload rather than a transmission. So that's essentially what it is, isn't it? Transmitting election results electronically is the function of manner of voting. If you vote manually and you collect results, how do you then transmit electronically in real time? It's just not possible. We can't even afford it. Even if we wish to, we cannot afford it. Do the telecom operators have that capacity? Do we have enough electricity to undertake the responsibility in Nigeria? Is the infrastructure of telecommunication companies sufficient enough to undertake such exercise? The last election we had, the INEC server was attacked over 1 million times. So what they are saying is that we should put the electoral process within the vulnerability of hackers, causing a lot of confusion. This is what I see them pushing. So they just want to destroy everything. That's just what they want. They want anarchy, they want chaos, they want riot on the streets, they want blood on the floor. Rotimi Amechi himself said so when he came out. He said that's exactly what he wanted. He noted that manual processes remain central to elections. There are manual parts of elections, and what can happen, like it has always happened, is you vote and they count the vote there. The party agents append their signature on the paper. The paper then can then be scanned and transmitted anyhow you want. Ajiboye insisted that Nigeria is not yet capable of electronic voting or real-time result transmission. A man is only able to do what is capable of. We have no capacity to do electronic voting or real-time transmission at this time. America does not even do real-time transmission. Go and check. We don't even have telecommunication. We don't even have telecom provided for some rural communities. Some rural communities don't even have electricity. You are trying to disenfranchise a lot of people by pushing for what is not possible. Technologically, it is not possible. Stop stampeding the Senate and National Assembly into getting into something very difficult that will put everybody in a mess at the end of the day. So it's just the most ludicrous of ideas that they want as though these people were living on a parallel universe or something, or on a different planet. It's just the ludicrousness of it. It's just a clownish sort of a nonsense by silly people. The will of the people has prevailed. APC senator hailed Senate's move on electronic transmission. Senator Lawal Adamu Usman, representing Kaduna Central, has hailed the Senate's decision to revisit the Electoral Act to provide for real-time electronic transmission of election results from polling units. Usman said the amendment allows manual transmission only when electronic transmission fails. I am pleased to have been part of the Senate's decision to revisit the Electoral Act by expressly providing for real-time electronic transmission of election results directly from the polling units, with manual transmission applicable only when electronic transmission fails. He said the decision will strengthen transparency and enhance the credibility of Nigeria's electoral process. This important step strengthens transparency, enhances the credibility of our electoral process, and reflects the collective aspiration of Nigerians for free, fair, and credible elections, Usman said. So can people please like and subscribe? We're not seeing likes and subscribes going on. Please like and subscribe. A rejection of real-time electronic result transmission, confirmation that the votes won't count. This is Obi Ezekwesili, probably singularly the most ridiculous woman in Nigeria. So that's what she has to say. Let me just take you to a different storyline, and then we're getting towards the end. No, that means I will never get 100K or Uzon, because it's never. You cannot love Nigeria and support Peter Obi. That's just what it is. You cannot be a patriotic Nigeria. You cannot mean well for that country and support Peter Obi. The two spaces are antithetical. Supporting Nigeria, being a patriot, is anatomic to being a Peter Obi supporter. It's an oxymoron. Two mindsets that cannot cohabit. Two mindsets that cannot cohabit. Let's go on from that to a different storyline. Obasanjo backs Peter Obi as push for joint ticket with Kwakwanso intensifies in ADC. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo is reportedly backing the presidential ambition of Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi. Let's do that again. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo is reportedly backing the presidential ambition of the Labour Party 2023 presidential candidate Peter Obi amidst effort by some stakeholders within and outside the African Democratic Congress ADC to float a joint presidential ticket of him and former governor of Kano State, Rabiu Kwakwanso, ahead of the 2027 general elections. Correspondents learned that Obasanjo widely believed not only to be sympathetic to the idea, but also the key promoter of Peter Obi's ambition and supportive of broader efforts to build a credible coalition, a credible opposition coalition. According to correspondents, multiple sources who spoke on the development said that the push cuts across party lines and includes senior opposition politicians, power brokers, and some retired military officers. The renewed push comes after the 2023 elections, in which both Peter Obi and Kwakwanso reported largely regional performances, and Obasanjo is reportedly encouraging the joint ticket because the duo represents a more viable alternative to the All Progressive Congress APC than any standalone candidacy. Speaking on the development, Obasanjo's media aide Kehinde Akinyemi confirmed that the former president continues to support Peter Obi's presidential ambition as he did in 2023. He said, "That one I can confirm. Yes, I can confirm his support for Obi's presidential ambition." Akinyemi denied knowledge of any meeting directly or directive by Obasanjo to ADC leaders to produce an Obi Kwakwanso ticket. He said, "How do I know if they gave a mandate when I am not aware that there was a meeting?" Meanwhile, a senior ADC member who spoke with correspondents on the development said that while the Peter Obi Kwakwanso idea is being widely debated amongst party members and opposition stakeholders, it has not been formally adopted or discussed within the party's decision-making organs. He said, "The issue of pairing Obi with Kwakwanso has been on since the last election. Many leaders believe that if Obi had run with Kwakwanso in 2023, they might have won. They see it as a missed opportunity. What I know is that this is being discussed in several opposition quarters, but it has not become an agenda within the ADC as a party. It is more of party members and leaders thinking aloud and weighing which ticket can best remove the APC from power." In response to claims that retired generals are actively driving the push, the ADC chieftain said Obasanjo's long-standing support for Peter Obi was no secret. This was said, "You are aware that former President Olusegun Obasanjo is a fan of Obi. He is championing the Obi ticket. Whether he has spoken to other retired generals is possible, but I cannot confirm." Another party insider suggested that the firmness of Obi supporters may be tied to behind-the-scenes assurances. The source added that the ADC's rising profile has attracted interest from across the opposition spectrum, including factions within the PDP. The source said, "For Obi supporters to insist on Obi on nothing, they must have been promised something," the source said. "What I know is that meetings, discussions, and dialogues are ongoing. What the ADC wants to avoid is a situation where members go their separate ways after the primaries. That is why there is a strong feeling that the party must agree on a consensus direction before getting to that stage. So if they offer me the ticket, I cannot see what purpose Atiku continues to serve in that mix. He will just retire himself back to Abu Dhabi because that ends his political career. So prominent Nigerians are interested in the ADC. That is why it has become a rallying point. Even the PDP you see today may work with the ADC when the time comes. We know that the Wicked Group is working with the APC, and as it stands, the Turaki-led leadership is closer to the ADC than the APC. If they cannot get what they want, they will align with the ADC. So those talking about retired generals are not far from the truth. Many leaders within and outside the ADC believe an Obi Kwakwanso ticket will sell better, especially because Atiku will be weighed down by zoning arguments and concerns about age. So they're slowly trying to ease Atiku out of space, but I wonder what his response would be. That's the thing. But we do have Atiku's response. Let me play you Atiku's response to that narrative. I think I have it. I have it here somewhere. Let me play you Atiku's response to that narrative.
And former Vice President Atiku Abubakar says zoning is not part of the constitution of the African Democratic Congress and that the party has no plans to zone its presidential ticket. Atiku Abubakar made the statement when he visited former President Ibrahim Babangida at his hilltop residence in Minna, Niger State. The former vice president, who contested in the last presidential election, says only the People's Democratic Party has zoning enshrined in its constitution. He also commented on the electronic transmission of election results currently generating some debate among Nigerians.
I have always come here to pay my respects. The issue of contesting 2027 election does not even arise. I am a member of ADC, and we are busy trying to make sure that our structures are firmly rooted, you know, from the world level, local government level, state level, up to the national level. And we are busy mobilizing people and also registering at the same time. I think there is need for all the opposition political parties to come together to pursue this issue. I mean, we shouldn't allow it to rest where they wanted it to rest today. Absolutely not. I don't support that.
All right. So that's Atiku essentially telling them to F off. So let me play you this clip. What has Tinubu done? What has Tinubu done? Tinubu has done a lot. He is building you a brand spanking new airport in Lagos State. And here is the progress report so far. Tell me if you can hear it in the comment section. We've been having problems with playing these clips on the stream recently.
Back in November, I visited the Muritala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos to document the ongoing rehabilitation and redevelopment works. At that time, a lot was still happening behind Barry Terminal. Fast forward to February 2026, and I decided to come back. Not for assumptions or press releases, but to actually see how far work has progressed on ground. In this video, we'll be focusing mainly on the temporary terminal, which is a key part of the entire airport rehabilitation plan, and also take a look at other ongoing works across the airport environment. If you care about infrastructure, aviation, and how Nigeria's busiest international airport is being reworked, this video is for you. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Belao. Today I am back at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos to show you an update of the reconstruction work ongoing presently right here.
All right. I'll just leave it there. It goes on for about 11 minutes, so I'll leave that there. There's one more thing I want to show you. This is, this American continuing presence in Nigeria. It continues to continue. Let me show you this. They are now sending in troops to Nigeria. Slowly, we're being colonized.
Potentially as many as 300 have been killed. As many on the ground have described what's happening in the middle belt in the north of Nigeria right now in the last 10 days as a bloodbath. Potentially as many as 300 have been killed throughout that region of Nigeria. We've had this priest who has been kidnapped as well with 10 of his parishioners. 3 of them were killed in one of the states of Nigeria where we had about 150 people killed. And I will point out, a lot of those were Muslims, actually, that were refusing to submit to Sharia law and were trying to follow the Constitution of Nigeria. They were killed, but amongst those were also Christians, and they were burned inside of a church. They set it on fire. So it's just wanton death and murder and destruction that continues. But working with the administration, we are making steps in the right direction to address this persecution. The president is very singularly focused on addressing this. We now have special forces in Nigeria in a non-combative manner. They're there assisting the Nigerians. We have just signed a security cooperation roadmap with the Nigerian government and their military to continue to work on this. And we have also conditioned their security assistance in the last state foreign operations bill and appropriations that was just signed into law by President Trump.
Yeah, this is a lot of movement. You were talking about that one area, and residents told Reuters the attackers that hit their village were jihadists. In fact, these Islamic radical jihadists are what are being pointed to. You and I have talked about them before. They had been preaching inside their village, urging the locals to abandon Nigeria's state and their religion, Christianity, and adopt Sharia rule. When the villagers refused, the militants opened fire on them. So you're right, it's not just the people who are already Christians, it's those who might be open to helping Christians at this point. And I know that Nigeria's president, Tinubu, has said that they've deployed an army battalion to some of these areas. Are we making enough difference to where he's going to take some real action now?
Yes, but one of those actions that he needs to take, and he has said, he stated this publicly just when he was prior to being president, was in the Senate, or governor rather, is that he wanted to see a federalized police force, which is absolutely something that has to happen. Each state has to have the ability to secure their own people. Right now, you just have the police force in Abuja. It's a national police force. We need to arm the different police forces of the states throughout Nigeria to be able to protect the Christians that are being martyred throughout this country and provide security in a country that is facing massive insecurity challenges because of this centralized control right now that's been taking place.
Well, look, Congressman Moore, I know you've been all over this. Religious freedom is something that we stand for in this country. And when we see light being covered by darkness, we want to help. Thank you for all that you're doing. And thank you for the latest on all of this.
Thank you. God bless you.
Right. I actually saw it being reported on some Arabian network that 200 troops, let me see, where did I say it? That 200 troops had been sent to Nigeria. I did have it lined up. Where is it? Oh, yes. Let me bring it up again, actually. 200 troops have been sent to Nigeria by the Yanks. 200. So in essence, the Americans now have boots on the ground in Nigeria. So this is the new Arab. This is the platform. This is coming out of the Middle East. US to send 200 troops to Nigeria to train African nations military. So that's how we start. So very soon they will replace Tinubu with Marco Rubio as they did in Venezuela. The United States is planning to send about 200 troops to Nigeria to train the African nation's military to fight Islamic militants, a U.S. official said on Tuesday, weeks after President Donald Trump ordered airstrikes against what he called Islamic State group targets. The U.S. military said last week it sent a small team of troops to Nigeria without specifying a number, marking the first acknowledgement of the United States forces on the ground since Washington struck on Christmas Day. Trump has said there could be more U.S. military actions in Nigeria, and Reuters has reported that the U.S. has been conducting surveillance flights over the country from Ghana since at least late November. The U.S. official said the 200 troops will supplement a handful of U.S. military personnel already in Nigeria to help local forces. U.S. Africa Command did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Nigeria has come under intense pressure from Washington to act after Trump alleged the West African nation was failing to protect Christians from Islamic militants operating in the Northwest. So there it is right there. More and more troops but I don't actually object to all this, by the way. It's alarming that very soon they will have a military base in Nigeria. I hope it happens quickly. We need that American military base. So that's the presentation. I'll send the link again. If you want to come in and have a conversation, please come in and do. Please make sure you're subscribing. We're not seeing numbers going up. Like and subscribe. If you haven't done that already, please do. If it doesn't jar your senses to like and subscribe, then immediately do that. So we play a little bit of music, give you time to come into the studio. You already know the song we're going to be playing anyway. You know that song doesn't actually offer anything in terms of poetic substance, but it's the guitar. It's the guitar that makes that song. It is the guitar. Joining us, Isaac Black. Always a delight when Isaac is here. Baba makes time for us, so we're guaranteed an epic session. And to make it even grander, we have Talk Now. So those are the assembled so far. Anybody else that wants to hop on. Please, people, make sure you're liking and subscribing. Numbers are not going up. Numbers should go up. Like and subscribe. Oh, we should have a banner running, actually telling you that. Yes. All right. Let's start it off. Kick it off. Let's kick it off with Baba in deference to his presence. So we do 5-7 minutes monologue. It's only a few of us here. Baba, floor is yours. Do you know that song, by the way? George Harrison. That's a throwback.
Surprisingly, I don't know.
You don't? You were never part of the Beatles, that sort of movement?
No, I was, but I can't remember that song. Maybe because I don't think I cannot. I didn't remember. I follow the Beatles, but I didn't follow their career individually, like George Harrison, the late Lennon, and all the rest. George McCartney and all the rest. Ainzo, come on board. Come on, let's write together. Let's reason together, please. Yes, thank you, one man.
It's a militant now.
Yeah, I salute you, Isaac, and Talk Now. Thanks for the privilege of putting me to speak first. Commentariat, I salute you also, and our esteemed viewers. Please don't forget to click the like button and subscribe if you haven't done so. Thanks for listening and watching too. Yes, the two topics actually. I followed in the morning this issue of electronic e-voting or e-trans, whatever they call it. I think there are two things I really want to correct, because these people who make loud noises and they claim the people, we the people. For God's sake, Nigeria is over 200 million people, according to. So when about 400 of you line up are making all the noises and you claim you are protesting. And I think most of these people, they think Nigeria started in the year 2000. No, Nigeria didn't start in the year 2000. Nigeria goes way back. And if they lived in my own era when we were still young, we were once young. Look, Ali must go protest. Ali must go protest. The crowd started from Yaba to Central Lagos, because that was the seat of government then, without a breathing space between the crowd, because all about workers, all about students, because as soon as they are coming, the Igbobi College, the Baptist Academy College will start the journey, join through Unilaga, Koka, or Lagos City College. As you go along, the schools are waiting, the market people are waiting. You count hundreds of thousands of people. This one, they just come and say, people are dying, people are crying, who are they? These miscreants? They are miscreants. They don't know nothing. They have nothing to offer this country. They are just rabble-rousers who refuse to use their senses. Common sense is not common. And at the end of the day, they think the people that are in power today, they are people they can railroad, the people they can stampede. At the end of the day, what did they pass? Nothing. The difference is change of transfer to transmit. That's all. The old law says, or regulation from INEC say transfer. Then when they are making it into law, because of the Supreme Court judgment in the presidential election saying, well, what INEC did was like guiding a regulation that is not law. So the Supreme Court cannot judge on that. So they made that regulation, that guidance of 2023, they've now made it into law. No difference. The only difference is the language changing from transfer of results to IREV to transmitting. And we went to town and still claim, oh, victory. What victory have you won? It's not even a Pyrrhic victory. You've won nothing. Absolutely nothing. It still remains the same, and it's reasonable. When you say you want electronic transmission of result, that means that you have a machine. As I accredit myself by thumb printing on that machine, it certifies me. I press APC and press go, and it goes straight to whatever so you'll be seeing as you're praying 1, 2, 3, 4, the numbers will be counting. That's real time. That is real time. So when we are not doing that, you are crediting by beavers and you are counting manually, like the whole world does. Because that's how everybody, Canada, Australia, they were all present in the morning and tell you, look, even people who live in the US say, look, with this, what you are demanding is alien. Even in some of the states and counties in the US where they even do use those such machines, that's where even the trouble of the US the Biden election, the trouble came from when they said Russia was interfering with the election. What they mean by interfering was that they were hacking the system. Last election, even though Mahmoud did not actually come out to explain himself well, it's only those who read that knew that tens of thousands of hacking incidents happened. That's why they shut it down and they call it glitch. And yet they are just refusing. They are just one-track mind, and they know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. But I'm so glad that they couldn't intimidate anybody. They couldn't, they even reported the matter to US. You know, they write petition these days. And I start to wonder what US cannot do. You want the Trump to now ask Nigeria to do it? These people are crazy. Yes, I'm telling you. They don't have one single gumption. The hard work, the beauty of our system, which we are running at the moment, is that from EC8A. If you don't have the money to engage agents, like last election, where you don't have 40,000 polling units manned by your agent, go look for the money. Everywhere in the world, politicking, electioneering costs money, plenty of money. If you are not sure of your agent, get two, get one to supervise the other. If one is going to betray you, the other one will not betray you. Pay them 10,000, feed them, give them enough water. That's how to supervise your election, guide your votes. Because at the end of the day, no matter the technology, when there is a dispute, it is that your EC8A form that will save you. Because when we talk about hard copy, there is no disputing hard copy where everybody signed in real time. Even voters who stood by have the right to capture that EC8A form on their phones. So eventually, if it appeared on IREV and it's not what you have on your phone, then you have a good ground. You say, no, what I copied in my unit say this 6, this 7, this 8, but this is not working. Even when they use the IREV in the off-season election in Edo State, do you know the hackers were posting the election of Obaseki from EC8A? They were posting it on the IREV. The 2023 elections, people were posting their photograph just to mock the system. When we talk about technology, we should be careful. You want to embrace, and then one, they don't have money to engage enough agents, because whether they like it or not, with Babao BJ's movement, Atiku will leave ADC for them. Atiku will leave ADC for them. He went to the Aso Rock in Niger State today. Makinde also was there. A lot of things are happening. Atiku will leave their ADC. It will be 2023 election all over. Because what Obi wants to do, he wants to use right on the back of Atiku, because he has the money, he has the structure, he has the people to ride on their back and become president. It's not that cheap. Nobody's going to work for him. He should man up. He should man up. Let his Obidients gather the money. After we ended up paying $60,000 to lobbyists group in US, and let them bring that money. Stop paying the lobbyists, give it to you, and you use it for the election. Lots of it. You can't dodge this one. There's no way. Because I was listening and they were telling them, people were explaining over and over and over and over again, people from Canada, people from Australia, they were just disagreeable. They started by saying the election 2023, that's another lie. They announced the result at 4 a.m. Most countries announce their result midnight, even America. The press will call it around 1 a.m., 2 a.m. before the government one will do it at dawn. And they quote other countries, most countries all over the world. Because when election closes 6-8, they start counting. When they finish, why waste time? Yet they will be repeating it as if they are deaf. And I wonder if you can log into one man's show, if you can run commentary in the commentariat of one man's show, that means you have a good device. If you go look the search engines, don't just open your mouth and talk anyhow. Reason. If you are not too sure, Google it. Chat it with on ChatGPT. Go on 3, 4, 4 search engine. Compare their answers. Don't just come out and look stupid by what you are saying. They announce election at 3 a.m. Is that new? Or you tell them the voting, no country vote electronically. Or they'll tell you, no, but Nigeria must do it. Where we have only 50% internet penetration. Even bank, ordinary bank, I transfer money to like Arizona. Arizona will say, Baba, you say you transfer 10 million. I've not seen anything. I say, Arizona, I did. Before you argue, I said, wait, let me send the paper to you. And I'll send the transaction paper, the printer to you. Look at, I've done it. Say, I've not seen it. Okay, we will now tell ourselves, I'll tell us, okay, let's wait for a few hours more. That is even bank that doesn't have more than 10 million customers. And you want we that have millions, tens of millions of people, not to have that kind of delay? Because technology is not perfect. Even look at me here now. When I'm watching soccer, I watch upstairs. The day my son is not joining me, he stays in his room downstairs. Do you know at times, it's when he shouts, goal, running, I'll be waiting for my own now to get to that point. Maybe a few seconds later, I'll see the goal. There's that even delay. And this is supposed to be first world country, number one country in the world, the most technologically savvy nation in the world. What are they talking about? But they know what they are doing. They are just deceitful people. If these people get into power, they will be flogging us on the street. They will not be different from military government. People who appear on their platform and they are cursing people out. If you don't come to the protest, God will punish you. This will happen to you. Ogun will kill you. What the heck? Who do they think they are? Who do they think they are? I'm just glad.
Did you see them calling out, Baba? Did you see them calling out very dark man at that rally?
Of course, yeah.
He doesn't have time for nonsense.
I don't understand these people. Is this how you want to rule us? Yeah, military government in a civilian garb. They think we are stupid and they would think they are in the majority because you're on Twitter, you're in this, you're on that, you're in this. Mm-hmm. Who do you want to intimidate? Nobody. I was even praying that they should misbehave so that they can give them some tear gas, expired tear gas, and go spend some money in hospital. They don't even know, because 3 days ago you work on a topic and it flew above everybody. I was so sad. It was Dogara. Dogara said something and nobody is talking about it. And that is what exactly is going on in the world. Dogara said is either you are on the table or you are on the menu. Either you're on the table or you're on the menu. That's a new world order. And it's not a guarantee that you that is sitting on the table will not even end up on the menu. They formed now Board of Peace. It takes a nation that can dish out $1 billion to join the Board of Peace. It's a new world order. That's where we find ourselves. And they are not noticing it. Dogara said a lot of things in that interview. He talked about lobbyists. He said, look, we went to a World Food Program to beg them to give us ship some food. And they said, look, you see all those buildings around here? They are all lobbyists representing different countries, all looking for what you come to ask for. They think Tompolo is stupid to bring from his pocket 70,000 every month, or no, $120,000 every month He paid to lobbyists to help this country so that there will be people propagating. You think it is for nothing that IPOP said no more Monday market boycott? No, because White House have told them pointedly that we will not allow Nigeria to divide. Yes, White House have told them we will not allow Nigeria to divide, because what we discussed is about 3 years on your platform that, look, if Nigeria goes asunder, half of Africa will feel it, will go down. So the world is not ready for that kind of wahala now. That's why they know definitely that no, okay, let's slow down. You see them coming out again. I've told them Nigeria will not divide. And that is why US is helping us, supplying us troops. Because it is so sad. They don't want the wahala which they can prevent today, allowing it to happen tomorrow. Because some people just out of their stupidity, and that's why I'm annoyed, I'm mad at this president, that is not applying the kind of force or this kind of zeal on this insecurity issue. You don't, look, I love America. They will yank you. Law or no law. They will send you to a third country to hammer you so that you will open your mouth and vomit things. You don't play with the security of your people. People, look at the masses of people that are being eliminated every day, every day, every day. 300 people on bike. Did they fly into their target? They did not fly into their target with stealth. They came from somewhere. Didn't they see? If they say they come from Sahel, didn't they pass through Zamfara, Sokoto, Katsina? Didn't they see them until they arrive in Niger or in the Middle Belt and start finishing people, or Kwara? Are they saying anything? Doesn't the president have daily intelligence or weekly intelligence that point to some people, some collaboration? Why is he not acting on it? During the Buhari era, those people, Dubai, gave Buhari the list. They gave it to Malami. Malami only locked the people up. He didn't charge them to any court. The excuse he gave, oh, no judge wants to take the cases. They don't want anything to do with terrorism in their courts. What kind of excuse is that? Is that what you are telling us to, Mr. President? Already we sit here, all of us, we know that there are people we know, pinpointed, that will have a hand in it. With evidence or no evidence, drag them in. The people who support you, they will hail you, because we don't like the utterances of those people. Things they are saying point to the fact that they even they sanction it. So drag them in, lock them up. Why are you wasting time? Why are you allowing people to die daily? It has become so easy. So I'm very glad. I'm not sad that if you can't do it, rather than all of we tearing ourselves apart, because it's going to be bloody. It's going to be bloody, neighbors against neighbor, household against household. It's no more tribe. Everything will go asunder, will go up in flame.
2 more minutes, Baba.
So I'm really glad they are coming. And if you are paying for it, so be it. So be it if you are paying for it. So Mr. President should just sit up. Should sit up. And what these people are planning with this election, they don't even want the election to take place. They want problem to happen so that their Baba can now suggest interim government. Because that's what they have been angling for since 2015. Interim government. They want to do their third term. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Nobody can hold the country by its Adam apple and squeezing it. I yield one man in the meantime. One man.
All right. All right. Brilliant. Excellently put. Well said, Baba. I endorse everything that Baba said. Baba is still going to speak to us about the permutations that our Obasanjo is cooking with Obi and Kwakwan. So, but before we hear from Baba on that, let's move the mic round. We go to Isaac Black. Talk now. Bishop joins us as well. So the room gets richer and richer. Isaac, you're up next. Isaac.
Baba, Caro, Cason, Cali.
Isaac, my brother, Mukio, Alafia.
Baba, Bawodi. Baba, do you know that most times I feel sorry for you because the way you stress yourself to try make some of us understand you try your best, you try, at times you want to cry. Sometimes I want to even cry.
You know why, Isaac? I have plenty grandchildren. None is Yoruba. None of my grandchildren is Yoruba. And I have almost a dozen of them. That's why it really touches me. Carry on, please.
Yeah, one more good evening or good morning. I don't know.
Yeah, good morning to you.
Yeah, let me quickly correct. A few days ago, I said something, and I said that I think Bishop was suspended in Niger Watch something. You still remember?
Yeah,
somebody corrected you.
It was Tony, I think.
I want to correct it, please. You know, the name sometimes confuse me. It was this our brother from Germany. What's his name?
Tony Africa.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Tony Africa. Yeah. So I just say, let me quickly correct that. You see, Wama, actually, I'm devastated. Not to say the rest. I'm feeling. I don't actually know how I'm feeling. For me to begin to see my fellow Nigerians so gullible to the extent I begin to pinch myself to say, no wonder you see some pastors in Nigeria standing on the pulpit telling people to bring out their phones, that there is somewhere miracle money coming, and some people will begin to receive their miracle money through their phones into their account, and then you will see people that you don't even expect to still be sitting down in that hall. They will be seated, so emotional, so captivated, so serious about these things. So I said, oh, no wonder. The truth about all that has been happening right now is what I have listened to so many people. They've already concluded the matter. Some people said that this agitation or whatever, this protest, is not actually what they want. And somebody also said something like, I think Baba just said it also right now, that they will always say the Nigerians are out. Nigerians, this is what we want. And I think the president or the authorities, they are not doing enough. They are not doing enough. I think they should start arresting these people who go to their social media handles, who begin to intimidate other people, like what somebody just said the other time. You see them coming out just because you are not supporting their candidate or their principal. They will come out and start insulting, intimidating you, and the followers they have. That is how they were able to captivate them, because a lot of them are afraid. I don't want to be insulted, so they just say, let me join them. That's the only followers they have. When they say they want to come out for the protest, I was expecting the Nigerians, they are saying Nigerians, Nigerians. I watched through the first day, the second day. I was looking for the Nigerians. The only people I saw there is the Mama P, the one that use red tie, the one they call Peter Tosh, not Peter, that one that is always quoting his language. Then I saw who is there. In fact, these social media, those people that are using these things to just build their social media, this thing, and they are like you said, to get $1. I think Wama said it, just to get $1 for the day. Like that one with some dada hair. So I was surprised. These are the people they said they are the Nigerians. And then they count you and me out. They count Baba out. They count reasonable people out that they are not Nigerians. That these ruffians, these Agberos, these non-entities, that they are the Nigerians. It's so annoying. So annoying that sometimes you like, what's happening to us? Obi came. Your principal came. Standing in front of the media. One man, you played that video. Even without you playing it, we all go to social media to listen to these people. He stood in front of the media. They were asking him, why are you here? What are you looking for? Why are you here? You know what he started saying? Yeah, we are here because we want all these things to be done right, so that we will ask people the school that those that go to the primary school they went to, the secondary school they went to, if they attended their certificate. I was surprised that so that is what you came out to protest, so that they will help you ask them the primary school they went to. I hope you all watched the Obi's response when the media was before him. Then he now added the Ire, according to him. And then Aisha is always by his side to put words in his mouth. And this is the person you say should come and govern us. I told some people few hours ago that me, I will be ashamed if Obi go stand in front of world leaders. Me, I cannot become the president. Even if I have the opportunity. Do you know why? Because I know myself now. I cannot stand in front of world leaders and then address the audience like Tinubu will do. I cannot. When that man stands in front of them and is addressing them without paper, nothing, with confidence, everything, that is the quality. That's all. Can you put Obi in the front of reasonable people and then representing Nigeria? What is he going to say to start with? Nothing. So, Wama, I'm so disappointed in these people that call themselves Nigerians. They say they are the Nigerians. No other person is a Nigerian. And so they insult you. You know, it's so devastating. And I'm so, I don't know, I always take this very short moment. And if there's any need for me to come later, I'll just also more views. Thank you very much, Wama. Thanks for your good work.
All right. Thank you, Isaac. And Isaac, join us just as often as you can, because your commentaries always get, because I get a lot of response. You may not know, but people send me, especially on Instagram, they send me feedbacks all the time, and they see you as somewhat like a steady, no nonsense sort of. Some of us sometimes we're lost in our own funk, but you always cut through all the bullshit and you deliver it straight. So that's Isaac right there, one of the stalwarts of the platform. We go from Isaac to Talk Now. Talk Now, floor is yours. So is this controversy now? So hopefully they've put an end to it. But what does it even mean? We see how it plays out in the election, and we already know where the litigation is going to come from. It's going to be wrapped around this narrative of e-transmission, no e-transmission. But what did you make of what transpired at the Senators today? Talk Now.
One man.
Okay,
How you doing, sir?
I do.
Yeah. Baba, good day.
I salute you, my friend. How are you?
I'm good.
Great.
Yeah. It's been an interesting one for the past will I say 3-4 days. One of the challenges with Nigerians is that we tend to wait till last minute to challenge positions. This is what I mean. So they've been having public hearing about this, and I'm aware of this. They've been having different discussions. The House committee, they had different public hearings.
Yeah, 2 years ago. They started 2 years ago, according to our Baribe.
Yeah. And even the opposition were involved. All of them agreed and came to a position. Now, for people to wake up and make it look like it's something that they just decided now is just somewhat funny, Of course, opposition will be opposition. And even when they passed the law, at the end of the day, opposition agreed to the one they passed. At the end of the day, there's no difference between the previous law and the current one. Relatively, the difference is very minute. The other one was transfer. This one is transmission, and they also allowed manual. So what's the difference? Assuming even if they said transmission, it's not going to make any difference. Transfer, transmission to IREF. So what difference does that make? There's absolutely no difference. At the end of the day, when you get to court, once there is a confusion with respect to IREF, what the court will wait for is INEC's certified copy that was signed by every agent. That's what the court will use at the end of the day. So for me, nothing has changed. For me, I feel it's the same thing. There is no difference. The only thing is now the court can accept the IREF as evidence. That's what it is now. So the only challenge is once they submit another evidence that it has been hacked, it becomes null and void. Then the optional manual one will now be taken. So at the end of the day, nothing has changed, really. And let's think about it thoroughly. So if they say transmission online real time, so what it means is if there's anything happens within a polling unit and the transmission was not done, that means that polling unit is null and void. That result is null and void. Is that what we are expecting? I mean, in every law, there has to draw a balance and understand that technology will not be the ultimate thing that would determine the law. Even in the United States, as good as they are, I'm not sure they are doing comprehensive transmission of results. No, they don't. They just have agents that give them those results and they present it as it is on TV. That's what it is. So I think the opposition went there to act, to do some skits But it's important that I don't think they understood what they went there for. First of all, the likes of Einaya Baribe also withdrew his motion. Just today, I was watching it live. Einaya Baribe raised a motion and he withdrew that motion. In fact, he pleaded to withdraw his motion. They were ready to vote right there and then. You know, when politicians do stuff, they just push people around. They just, you know, they laugh at people when they create their own drama. You know, what happened in the House of Assembly? It's okay. They went there, they protested, but what's the basis of the protest? At the end of the day, nothing. There's no value added to the whole thing. As far as I'm concerned, it's a good thing. I think the election is already determined. I will say it again. The story of Obi or Kwankwaso, I don't know if it's people that are online that are just selling all that. Those things, I don't know how it will work. First of all, the Kwankwaso
that's an Obasanjo project. But in terms of its viability, is it not more potent than an Obi Atiku ticket?
Kwankwaso is aware that if he comes under Obi, his political career is gone. He's not going to do it. That I can tell you for sure. He's not going to do it. There's a level of pride with these politicians. You know, there's a level of ego with the likes of Kwankwaso. He's not going to do it. He's not going to stay under Obi. He can stay under Tinubu. He's not going to stay under an Obi. That I can tell you. Ask an average Northerner, they will tell you that Kwankwaso will not do, except he's on top of the ticket, maybe, but that he's going to stay under Obi. Leave all those social media things. And then Obasanjo is not as relevant as you think in Nigerian politics today. He's respected as an ex-president. He's respected as an ex-military leader. But politically, Obasanjo is not respected in that sense. In fact, if Obasanjo brings out a governor, that governor will lose. If he supports a governor and says, this is the person that I want, and he goes ahead to support that person, in fact, people will feel skeptical and that person will lose. He's not as popular, you know. He's an ex-president. He's trying his best to push it, but he's not as popular. He's not. So that's a fact. So except anybody is not living in Ogun State or is not in Yoruba land, he's not as popular. No. So
what are you making of this narrative of Iyabo wanting to run to be Ogun State governor? Iyabo Obasanjo.
Yeah, she has. She faded away. Politicians will always want to do something, but if she faded away after her father left. She was in the Senate. Of course, with the influence of Obasanjo then. After Obasanjo left, there's one thing about politics.
Talk now, you are behind on that. She has joined the APC.
Yes,
and she wants to be governor. She wants to be governor.
She wants to be governor, but that's not going to happen. We all know that. That's not even going to happen under APC. They will allow her. You can join APC.
But suppose Baba now negotiates and that he's going to back off entirely. And then
with what?
If they can allow the daughter.
You don't need him, whether he's there or not.
I'm just thinking, I'm thinking aloud.
Baba, with what is he going to negotiate? If you want to
what is he going to negotiate? Exactly.
To the table
what does Obasanjo? What does Obasanjo?
Baba, you remember he had a governor in 2000 and is it 2011 now? Olurin.
Yes. Yes.
He brought Olurin and he lost woefully. Yeah. So
he's not as popular. In fact, Obasanjo cannot win his polling booth.
I was just thinking aloud.
It is what it is. Anybody that is not living in Ogun, except someone is not living in Ogun State, is not as popular. In fact, Owu itself go where he is. I'm not sure they will vote for him. They will just respect him as an ex-president. But negotiating,
Is the Balogun of Owu.
They will respect. You know, they can give someone respect politically. You can give someone respect, and yet the person is not as relevant. He might just be respected. That's what Obasanjo is. That's it. And somewhat it's painful for him, and it's painful for him because they just threw him off the political structure. So,
but wait, Patoski and talk now. When you are talking about OBJ, what do you make of IBB? Because IBB is like a nucleus. Everybody goes to Mina. Everybody goes to Mina. IBB left government 33 years ago.
So
what's the relevance of IBB? I still ask myself.
IBB also has no political influence.
Exactly. So are they not reading the tea leaf?
Well, I bet to differ on that one.
So let me just give you one tip. You will remember now. You see, you know when OBJ was leaving, and they said power must go to the north, a lot of people came out. IBB also came out. And then the northern leaders say they should do internal primaries. Atiku beat IBB hands down. IBB withdraw.
Yeah, I remember.
You remember that time?
Yes.
And since that time, IBB didn't go into politics because he tested his popularity at that among his own people.
Yeah, I remember.
He now discovered that he was going nowhere among his own people. Then he knew that if he threw it to the whole of Nigeria, he would just be rubbished. So he just withdrew.
But they go to him. Even Baba OBJ goes there.
Respect him for respect.
Is respect.
Yeah, it's respect.
But IBB is still more important than Obasanjo politically. Okay, I will tell you why. In Niger State, in Mina, I won't say the entire Niger State. In Mina, those Chanchaga, Tunga, all those areas, those are IBB zone. That's where his major mansion is. So those areas, they give him that respect. He can give a direction, and they somewhat follow it. So, I mean, to a reasonable extent, his political sagacity is not as wide nationwide anymore because he has left. It's tough having a president or head of state that will still be relevant after leaving. It takes some level of influence, additional influence aside from that position, you know. So IBB still has some level of influence, but to get votes, but it's not as wide. But Obasanjo, I'm even saying Obasanjo cannot win a local government. That's what I'm even saying. So that's a difference. So people will not agree with me, but grassroots, check it. That's a fact.
No, so, he has never won on his street now.
Yeah, he doesn't win his polling booth. He can't. So it's not a but you know, politics is evolving. But the fact, I think we should note this: Atiku is going to contest. Anybody thinking that he will leave it for?
Oh, he will. Somewhere, either on ADC or on another platform, he will contest.
He's going to contest. And by the way, Atiku does not make so much noise until the primary. It's time for the primaries. Check him out. All this while he doesn't make so much noise. But he knows how to play the game. He understands this game. He's a veteran. So all this ADC, Kwankwaso, Obi, he doesn't make all those noise.
He's going to. The funny thing, you people didn't even notice. No, let me just drop this. Do you know what's his name? Rotimi Amechi was at the protest with his son in tow. He brought his son to the protest, and I was wondering that if anything happened to that boy, something broke out and something, the wife would tear him to pieces.
They Rotimi Amechi. You know, politicians they have to show off. They have to show up some sort. Otherwise, you'll be you'll be wiped out politically. That's why you see them, some of them, for them to stay relevant, they have to be in some political party just to make the noise, just to show the workings. Otherwise, you are politically gone. So I won't blame Amici for joining the protest or anything, but look, I don't know what he can, what other relevance that Rotimi Amici has.
Woman, are you there? I think Bishop is waiting. Oh, talk now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
So
let me use the floor.
talk now, please. Talk now, please. Because you brought in Atiku, let me just quickly try and get something right. From what I've been nursing in my heart ever since concerning this merging together of these politicians, Atiku, Obi, Erufai, Amechi, and all that in the ADC. From the way they are playing the game, like you already said, that Kwankwaso will never come under Obi in any election because he will feel his political career will die. So I believe that. But what I don't understand in all this game, or what I predict, is Atiku Obi's ticket. Because what Obi is doing right now, from his body language, even when he was in the protest, his body language, he is no more preparing to be a candidate like the front runner. He has already settled to be the running mate with Atiku, that is the second man to Atiku. But he's hiding it from the Obidients. That is the Obidients. I don't want to call them foolish. You understand? He's hiding it from them, playing that politics, hoping that by the time it now happens, because when they do their convention now, they do their primary, then they will now begin to say, oh, Atiku has bought delegates, and then now he has grabbed the ticket. So Obi, so let me just support him, so that our 6 million plus 6 million vote can result 12 million to challenge the 8 million vote of Tinubu. I think that's his plan. It's a secret plan, but the Obidients, they are not open to that. So now, I hope the Obidients, I want to address them now. They have already promised us that if such happens, that all their vote, they will bring it to us. That's what they said. They said they will bring their vote to us. So please, by the time it happened, all Obedience, you are invited. You have to bring all that votes. And we are not going to vote for Atiku because it's the turn of the South, which is Tinubu. So since Obi will now go under Atiku, just forget the North for now. It's not coming. So Obedience, be wise. I don't know. You have a lot of work in your hand. Stop carrying elephant on your head, and you are using your leg to dig the hole of a cricket. Thank you.
All right. All right. Two more minutes talk now, and then we go on from you too, Bishop.
Yeah. So I think one thing I can say is that the OB tickets is getting harder and harder to convince the North. I'll tell you why. Whether you like it or not, those American coming in and making it look as if is certain region of this country that is pushing for that, it's also a negative for him. I don't know how they will wiggle their way around that, even if Ovi goes to a new party. But that's also a negative for the North. Whether we like it or not, some of those things have effects. So it's going to be an interesting one. For me, I think the election is won and is lost. It's a done deal. You might hate APC, but they are marketing themselves. They are marketing themselves so well. You might not like it. You might feel they are not allowing the opposition to express themselves. They are not supposed to give you meat pie or some serve you honey. So I think the people should just brace up themselves. I wish the opposition would wake up and do the needful. But as far as they're concerned, I think they just came to mark register. I'll yield the floor. Yeah.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's talk now, of course. Who joins us intermittently? We are encouraging him to join us more. I think he will as we build up to the elections. Of course, a voice that has always held this platform, made it interesting, back by popular demand. Bishop. Bishop, good to have you. I thought you build on us. Good to have you.
Thank you and good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Unfortunately I missed out on the readout, but I think
the narrative you already know anyway is what transpired at the Senate today. That's
exactly,
really
absolutely. That's what I said I was able to glean. Good evening once again. I would say I'm very saddened a little bit. Not just a little, I'm very saddened at the direction of the conversation that we're having. Generally, what's dominated the headlines today in Nigeria. I have patiently listened to various contributors, and it's shocking that even at this age and time, especially considering the fact the amount of time we expended on this same topic in the last cycle of the election, that's 2023. This dominated the conversations about whether it is to transmit or to transfer or to whatever, and we were on it. And the caliber of people that are still falling for this very nonsensical topic are still trying to breathe brimstone and fire to convince us that you can actually transmit in real time when we're not having electronically, when we're not having an electronic election. It beats me. I begin to wonder, is it that we are deliberately being stupid, by choice, or we have become a people that you just want to challenge anything, no matter how weak your defense or your position is, no matter how weak, inconsequential, and irrelevant, you just want to push because there are other narratives that are embedded, that are underneath, not just for facts or sanctity of opinion. Because I spent a whole lot of time today scouring to look at who is going to come up with some very reasonable conversation and defense of this before the show of shame. 2 days ago, I asked people, please tell me, what is the argument about all this hula baloo, all this gara gara gara? What are we actually fighting about? That some people say you cannot tell us to transmit the election in real time. Is it the result we are transmitting? Is it the election? And what is real time? In an election that you will finish, somebody will take the picture and will now send, and they will now upload. So let us assume without considering that either by deliberate sabotage or by force majeure or just error, those things were delayed. What is the punishment that we are prescribing? Are we going to say we are going to cancel the whole election because results were not transmitted real time? And it is not transmission. But people can choose to, they will begin to talk about, what do you call it now? Synonym. What is the definition of transmission? What other word can we use for transmission? And we're going to be on that hill for like God knows how. And that's why I felt very disappointed that people that ordinarily should know, should be able to dispassionately, dissect the topic and come up objectively. You listen to them and they are talking from 7-8 sides of the mouth. I won't mention names so that I don't want to sound like I'm disrespecting some people, but supposedly respected people are struggling to justify that it has to be real time. All the world are doing real time. Ghana is doing real time. Uganda is doing real time. Rwanda is doing real time. Philippines is doing real time. Bangladesh is doing real time. India is doing real time. And I will go back and I will check. And there is nothing like that. Why are we like this? In a context, one person must win, one person must lose. How come we have made elections to become so contentious that even the person that that is not capable of getting 2% of the vote, we still go to the and shout that I was rigged out. In Nigeria, it has become a pattern now. Nobody loses or lost in an election. Everybody that does not win was rigged out. When they will say, oh, I was outspent, even though the man too spent money. Some people that will not even garner the vote of their own household, of their communities, of their family, their compound, their streets. Not everybody there will vote for them. Yet they will come up and shout, oh, and we are doing so to discredit every effort. I keep telling people, and I was engaging in a conversation with somebody today that our last election, 2023, was the most improved election in recent times. I was not there when they did the election in 1960s. But from 1979, I can tell you, at least I witnessed those ones. I can tell you confidently that the 2023 election was one of the most improved elections because we were able to eliminate a very critical area. In 2015, we had an issue where they were using incident forms, and the courts messed up that one by saying the only way you can prove over voting is not by the number of the accredited, but by the number of registered voters. How? When we know that in some places 3 million people registered, maybe only 500,000 turned up, and some people to accredit and vote, and somebody has inflated it to 1 million. You are not saying that you are not benchmarking the total number of vote cast against the total number of accredited voters, but against the total number of registered voters. And that was how Wike was able to win at the Supreme Court, and it laid a precedence. So what happened at the National Assembly today, the disgraceful thing was that what happened with all these protests and the cry and the shout and the Obi himself and Rotimi Amechi and all the people that are making a complete fool of themselves. Because it does not go their way. They just want to discredit the system, discredit the institutions, discredit Nigeria, that we cannot conduct an election. Every other country in this world, in their own perception, is better than Nigeria because election did not go their way. And we saw it play out in the National Assembly. Look at the way it was amusing, the way Abaribe almost humiliated himself. If not for people that quickly whispered to him and he was able to step down in good time, I would have wished that they continue with that division and vote. So it goes down to just one thing. I think what we have problem with is not with our electoral system, not even our law, not even the law that guides. I think it is the attitude of an average Nigerian. If we need to work on something, it is to reorientate ourselves and to change. I was a little bit disturbed immediately after the last election and after the pronouncement of the Supreme Court, when I was expecting the leading contestants in that election to come out and say, okay, the election has come and gone. Now it is time for governance. But they continued with this heckling. At every given opportunity, Peter Obi will never cease to bring Nigeria down. And he has a mob of headless myrmidons behind him that are shouting themselves whoas at every, abusing everybody, disparaging, abusing Nigeria. We were here when we were comparing Burkina Faso and we were justifying the coup in Burkina Faso and Niger, and we were calling for a coup in Nigeria. When we were justifying, some people even said Nigeria cannot stand Niger. that Nigeria wanted to fight a war against the state and blah, 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 blah. And people were following. And I think sometimes after we have had our conversation here, I'll go back and say, surely no, maybe is it that I'm really this dumb? Because I cannot fathom it. So what happened today was good. There is no way we insist. It was a booby trap. It was a time bomb. Because anybody can, with minimal effort, can cause a disruption in the transmission of that election. And they will say, oh, because it is in the law, that means it has not complied. If people could argue that and Abuja 25%, and they will go to high heaven, they will go to any level to prove that nonsensical, very rapid, irrational argument that it must be 25%. And we have lawyers, seasoned senior lawyers, coming for that with that kind of argument. And they assist. So they will go to court and say, oh, it was not transmitted real time. How can we transmit an election that was not conducted electronically, real time electronically? So there is big problem if we continue to waste time and dissipate energy on very simple things that ordinary primary school, very intelligent primary school children can analyze, and you will get the cross of the matter. And we'll keep pulling ourselves and dragging ourselves. And some people are going there carrying mattresses. And I saw, what's the name of this guy? This useless minister, no apologies. Dalong, Solomon Dalong, lying on mattress with people with the likes of
sorry, Bishop. I saw him come out today or yesterday, and I wasn't quite sure what he was saying. He was making some vague and some silly threats. Yeah.
That makes very sense. So him lying on mattress with Peter Aka, the state and capital guy, and the one they call Mama P, and he's just ranting and making noise. Is this how we want to grow our democracy? We are not there yet, but we are making very steady progress. And I will always say, slow and steady wins the race. We lost some time under Buhari, unfortunately. I mean, yeah, I supported Buhari. It disappointed me. Second time, I felt very bad with some of the decisions he made. And I think Buhari was just completely gone. He shouldn't have done that second time. But where we are. And I have consoled myself by saying that Buhari was the price we needed to pay to have a Tinubu presidency. Tinubu is on the right trajectory. Nigeria is going to win. Good thing they were not able to bully and intimidate and stampede the National Assembly into falling into that booby trap of saying they must make electronic transmission of real-time electronic transmission to make it mandatory by putting it into our laws. That would have been a very terrible, terrible, terrible mistake. So I say congratulations to Nigeria and Nigerians. And I wish that we can learn from this and move on. I was listening to, unfortunately, I've not finished listening to Seriake Dixon. But it was beginning to make sense that, look, the truth of the matter is that somewhere we cannot be calling for electronic transmission real time when we're not having electronic election. It's still a paper trail. I don't know how many times you are going to tell people that IREV is not a collation, what do you call it now? It's not a facility for collation portal. It is a viewing portal for the public. It is where you can just go, to get information for your situation room. INEC is not going to be downloading those and collating results and adding 1 + 1 + 2 + 2 from that IREV. IREV is just for you and I and every other person that want to monitor it to be monitoring. And everybody is talking about a glitch. We saw what happened there. I don't know. God will help us. Thank you for the opportunity to express our views on this. I hope one day our viewership or the viewership of the platform so that dispassionately people can dissect these issues and talk about it, without some people breathing down the neck and making. And sometimes you get into argument with some people and just wonder, say, is it real? Why are we thinking like this? It's a victory for Nigeria, it's a victory for democracy, and it's a victory for the National Assembly because they were not stampeded. This one that people have professionalized activism and CSO. Is it CSO they call them?
Reliability.
Yes, civil society, whatever. They have turned themselves to know all. I think we have more CSO and NGOs and activists in Nigeria than the entire world put together. I'm not just talking of America or Britain. We have more professional activists in Nigeria than the whole world put together. And they have, and another point. Some of the people that are doing causing real dangers to our democracy. These our half-baked, semi-illiterate, on-air personalities. That they are on TV.
They are just springing out of everywhere. There's one that puts a red scarf on her head, and then there's one that does dada, and then there's very dark man, there's very green man, and a man.
You're even talking about the cyber TV talk heads. That's what.
Not even just cyber. Yeah. I'm talking of even radio station and TV stations. Everybody has an expert opinion on every topic, and when you listen to them, they are as empty as
Bishop TV, Baba TV, Shioma TV, all on YouTube.
Tai Solarin will be turning in his grave. The level of the degeneration in journalism in this wasn't the template he left now.
Journalism is gone. I was listening to Rufai and Ayo today, talking about.
I really hate that girl. She's been very slimy little.
God bless you. Like there's no Bishop. There's no topic they bring to Rufai that doesn't.
No, I don't want. Let's just leave Rufai. Rufai is a lost cause. But Ayo was trying to disparage the person of the wife of the president by saying she cannot speak on behalf of Nigeria. She was not elected, blah, blah, blah. And Ruben called him after that. No, that was a senator of the Federal Republic, a ranking senator for that matter. How can you say a senator of the Federal Republic cannot talk about matters that concern Nigeria? Apart from being a senator, she is a citizen of the Federal Republic, a bona fide citizen. And also now double as the wife of the president.
She's the first lady now. So exactly.
And you are not saying that she does not have a standing. She does not have a something. And they called him. And there was one that the other one too. Rufai said earlier, I actually want to continue to discountenance Rufai. And we have people like this on television. Then you now go and bring some other people. You'll be bringing Peter Aka to come and pontificate. I will be top chest stomping. You'll be stamping his foot. You'll be doing blah 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 blah.
It's
not just about. It's not how loud you are. It's what are you saying? What are you talking about? It's not everything that must be haluta now. Can we be reasonable for once? So we have very.
Did you see Showore come out, Bishop? He came out today now. Because he didn't want the moment to. He didn't want the. He felt
it's all about photo ops now. They will never miss it.
Yes, he will never. It's just. It's getting ridiculously ridiculous.
It's getting very ridiculous. And the painful part of this thing is that we waste precious times that we should have, gain momentum in some other things. We just look at the amount of energy we have dissipated in the past 3 days or 1 week on this topic. And people have flew to Abuja. They are there making a complete fool of themselves. I listened to El Rufai and I almost wept today, all the way from, yesterday, all the way from Egypt, saying I would have loved to be there if he were to be in Nigeria. He would have loved to be in that protest with Peter Obi. El Rufai, the revered El Rufai.
I'm not blame Rufai. Now Tinubu I blame.
In that interview, when he called,
that was supposed to be standing.
When Rufai called, I used to moderate my thinking about him, even though I'm not really pleased with a lot of his conduct and his utterances. But when El Rufai descended so low to call Akpabio a scumbag.
Yes, I saw that. I saw that.
No,
So if they are stopping trade now,
he has a
we're not
very
worried. No one bothers about that anymore.
that was
he has a very inelegant way of speaking, El Rufai.
he's an inelegant,
very uncool.
he's an inelegant, uncultured dwarf. I mean, take anything. Oh my goodness. I mean, I listened and I almost puked. Almost threw up that what? So good luck to Nigeria.
His second boy calls the president Escobar now. I mean, all those things doesn't bother me anymore.
But we shouldn't be
His
accepting
second
that
boy.
sort of. How can you call the Senate president a scumbag? You being a senior politician.
And the guy was questioned, and he still insisted. He doubled down. I mean, if it has to be on a
but that's the defeatist attitude anyway. They know they've lost. They are down there in the hole and they continue digging. That's just it.
It's now street insults now.
Exactly.
That's the politics now.
I want permutations, people that want to permutate and come and pontificate, to come and tell me how Tinubu will not get 25% in the southeast states. I'm not talking of south and southwest. Those ones are already a forgotten conclusion. I don't see how Tinubu will not get 25% in all the southeast states. Don't see how we will not get 25% in all the north central states. You see, south, and southwest are already in the bag. Whatever anybody wants to say, it's already done.
Bishop,
so these are the
early
things.
days. Leave those ones.
Bishop.
Yes, sir.
He will not
2 more minutes, Bishop. 2 more minutes.
He will not get it in the southeast states. That's it. I don't. I'm sure Tinubu is not even. I'm sure Tinubu is not even expecting 25.
Who is speaking? Ola?
No, that's Patoske.
Oh, Patoske. Babalaye. Babalaye.
Do you want to put money?
My brother.
Babalaye. Babalaye.
Yeah, I hear you, my brother. I
have $1,000 to put into that. Tinubu will get 25%.
I have $1,000 to put into it too.
No,
he will get 25%.
In Anambra, even they will get
25%.
He won't get. You know what I'm even asking?
Patoske, don't gamble your money. I beg you, please.
I know Tinubu is not even considering them. So
Tinubu
is not putting.
He's considering them.
You know what I'm
even you people are saying 25%, but I don't.
No, I'm being very moderate. I'm being very conservative.
Koniri. You know what I'm asking? This Obidients that are asking for.
You mean right across all the 5 states? It won't get in one.
Yes, it won't get.
I don't.
Okay, we'll see now. Now, but what I'm saying is that you know what I'm even asking, Bishop. This Obidients that are calling for electronic transmission. Obi that got about 90% in Southeast, was he electronically transmitted? So if you knew what you did in the South side, you were able to get 90% of the, why not go and replicate it in other states and get at least 50% and then you win?
It's bullying.
At least got 90% without electronic transmission. So why not go and use your strategy if you think your strategy is a good strategy? Go and use it in Southwest, go and use it in the North, and then win. That's my own advice to them.
Please, before I go, Mr. Woman, I've not had Agane Koko and Thomas, and who is the other person?
No, Thomas was around in the morning.
Oh, okay. I've not met him.
I've not heard of him for a long time too.
I've not had Agane Koko since Thomas.
I'm in touch with
He's listening. Don't worry. Ajale Koko is listening. Don't drop him.
Don't worry. We are waiting for him.
All right. So congratulations to Nigeria and congratulations to National Assembly for not allowing themselves to be bullied and stampeded into doing the bidding of the people that just want to sink Nigeria at all costs. I pray Nigeria will continue to win. God bless.
Sorry.
Yes.
I was going to say I'm in touch with Adanle Koko. I think he's somewhat disenfranchised with politics at the moment, you know. Okay. So, but he is well. He does listen sometimes. In fact, most times he listens because he always contacts me to say this said that and that said this. So is well. Hopefully he will rejoin. I don't want to push him too hard, because when the spirit doesn't move, then you don't want to. But I encourage him to come back every so often. And by the way, humble. If you want to come back up, because you can balance the conversation. Because I think you have a different narrative. I saw you come up and drop. So humble. If you want to come back up, come back up. But we take the conversation in the direction of. Thank you, excellently put by Bishop right there. We take the conversation in the direction of Patoski. On our way to Patoski, can we implore that if you are not already subscribed, please subscribe. If you have not clicked on the like button, please click on like and subscribe. But Patoski, what you were saying about the 90% that Obi got in the Southeast, right across the board. Let me play you this, and then you come in after it.
Did you know this thing you are producing? It is only INEC that has right to produce it.
Don't know.
You don't know. And they are using it in the north, in the east.
The east, we did some jobs for them.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, God, please.
Yes, because I'm calling the police right now.
Wait,
I'm calling the police right now that the INEC something they want to use in the east, you are producing it in Lagos here.
God, please. I don't.
So who gave you this project?
No, we did some job for white people.
Yeah.
White people in the east.
Yes.
That's how to vote and all those things.
Okay, who is white people?
Senator.
One senator.
Let me show you the job. Please, I don't know anything about this, so please.
I am a chosen. Now chosen woman, they print. Can you hear me?
So we all know how Obi got we all know how Obi got 90% in the East now. We all know. But
the rigging machine.
Sorry, before you get Patosi, a few weeks ago, sorry, my apologies. A young man released a report that he conducted his PhD what do you call it now? Research on the election, and they came up with a verdict that where the election was most compromised, the worst election, the rigging took place in the Southeast. I was expecting our know all, see all, know all on air personalities on TV to bring it and deliberate it. None of them, not a single one of them, is called. I don't know if anybody read that report. A report of a young man that did the research.
Several, even in the EU, they alluded
but the guy
to
said that the worst election took place. The worst
nobody bothers about that because
the worst
election
rigging
has
was
been won and
perpetrated to
lost.
the Southeast. That the worst rigging and the worst intimidation.
Bishop, is this what you're talking about? I have it. This is it, isn't it? I was going to do a piece on it. I probably will still do a piece on it sometime. The guy did his PhD. That's what you're talking about, isn't it? Is that it?
The Tinubu.
It says I did. Yes, the Tinubu. Yes, the guy did a PhD
it's one of
on
them.
that last election.
One of several.
Yeah.
Okay, master's dissertation. You see, what I'm even thinking is that okay, if you know that you are an expert, you are wanted by your people want you and everything. You've done well in Southeast, even though it was not electronically transferred. So how did you do it successfully? That they could not maneuver you, that they could not rig you? Was it because you had agents at the polling center? Was it because you had mass support? At least you won Lagos State, even though it was not electronically transferred. You know those kind of things. So why can't we just go and do the same thing in Edo State, in Niger State, in maybe Kaduna, Kano, and then you just win? You just only even need to do small and win 30% in those other states. With your 90% Southeast and substantial votes in South, South, and Southwest, you'll be coasting home. So I think they are just not being sincere. But there's a flip side to that thing. You see, my challenge with this current system that we are running, the current system puts a lot of power in the hand of the sitting government. such that if you have a sitting government that is very strong and good, once they jettison zoning, because zoning is not in the constitution, a northerner can continue to rule the country. The current system, we are doing it now because Tinubu is there. We say we know that, okay, maybe we will not rig and everything, and even if they want to use power of incumbency, eventually Tinubu will use his power of incumbency and it will come to the south. By 2031, a northerner will be there, and that time he will just leave it as it is, and he will continue to use this. He can use it to install another northerner, and they can perpetuate themselves. That's the flip side to it. The current system allows for a lot of rigging and manipulation, though not as much as it used to be before the previous electoral reform. No. But it still allows for it. And we know that there's a lot of rigging at the collation center. But the current system took the rigging, reduced the rigging at the collation center, increased the rigging at the polling center because people buy votes. That's why you see a lot of people paying so much for votes, because the collation center rigging has been reduced. I think it started getting reduced around 2007, 2011, because I monitored election in 2011. I was an election observer in 2011 in Ogun State. And I saw that because the rigging in the collation center, I think they did there was some improvement. So I saw, my observation was that there was a lot of rigging at the polling center. They bought the agent of all other parties that time, PDP in Ogun State. But at least at the polling centers that I observed, they bought the agent of the other parties, such that those ones just went somewhere and sat down. And then they were buying the votes. They will pay you. You will go in to the polling, the place where you vote. Most of those people, they don't have like polling centers that are in corner piece. They vote in classrooms. Those ones that have polling centers in school. So there's a classroom designated. You collect your ballot. You understand? What I observed then was that there's a PDP guy at the entrance of the polling of the classroom designated. You go in there and vote. He will not go in there with you. Once you vote, you raise the ballot and show him that you have voted PDP. Then you will fold the ballot and go and drop outside. Once you go outside, he will signal to the PDP man that will pay that that person actually voted for them. So you will now go and collect your money. So if you really don't want to sell your vote, you might not sell your vote. But I don't know what will happen to your safety if you didn't agree to show them. Because the moment you don't show them that you voted for PDP, it's presumed that you voted for another party, you know. And these are communities that everybody knows everybody. My observation was at Ajebo. There are polling centers in Ajebo. And then there are polling centers in Okileo where such could not be done. I saw PDP talks, go to polling center, carry the ballot, broke it, scatter it, and poured it in the drain. Because then Amosu was running against the PDP candidate then. So it still allowed for those things. But I think Tinubu needs to sit down as part of his reform. Is first and foremost to first of all, with this National Assembly and with opposition, they have to have brain, because then we are looking at Obi. If Obi wins and leave the place, what will happen to the country? We must correct the current imbalance in the geopolitics of Nigeria. You understand? Where power, state, and everything is tilted more to the northwest than other geopolitical zones. That has to be addressed. Once all those things are addressed, divert more power to the state, increase derivation. States that are making money should be, you understand, they should be the one that are controlling majority of the money that is coming from their state. Not an instance where gold is being mined in Elisha, and the gold that is being mined in Elisha is going to the federal government, while the gold that is being mined in Zamfara is going to the pocket of the big boys in the north. Not where oil is being mined in Niger Delta, oil being drilled in Niger Delta, and then majority of the oil licenses are to northerners, and then the money is going to the federal government, whereas we have some minerals in the north, lithium and the rest, some other mineral, gypsum, other mineral, they are going to the pocket of the boys in the north. That has to be addressed. Once that is addressed, state has money, there's state police, there is the derivation in my state. I have oil, 80% is coming to me, only 20% is going to federal. Nobody will care again who becomes president of Nigeria. If they like, let the northerner become everything, or the southerner, nobody will care. Especially people from the south will not care. Because what's the after all? When somebody from Edo State, a governor can have close to maybe 20 billion every month or 30 billion to run the state. You understand? He wouldn't care. Why will he go and put his head in trouble and there'll be so much noise and everybody will be blaming him for every problem of Nigeria when he can manage and just take only the blame for Edo State problem? So those are the things that need to be addressed. Once you do that, then you can reform this thing. But as it is today, if they don't reform it and Tinubu eventually goes in 2031 and it goes to the north has the numbers and the current structure to perpetuate themselves there. It's just a gentleman agreement that they have that is making it to be north and south now. The Tinubu almost lost it now, if not for the argument and the way he fought. You understand? He almost lost it. Even when we say it was turn of the South, if Obi had joined with Atiku, Tinubu would have lost 2023. We all know that. So we cannot be relying on that. We need to correct and address the geopolitics imbalance that is currently existing in our system and structures. There must be fiscal federalism. Everybody must control his resources. Everybody must control his money. Everybody, then we need to have some power of force divert to the state, the police. You understand? I can put police in my own forest. If I don't want open grazing in my state, I should be able to have the power, the military power or the police power to enforce that law. What's the sense of passing an open anti-grazing law and I don't have the wherewithal to enforce it, to be able to arrest the culprit and put them to court and stand as prosecutor to them? So if they are state police, they'll be able to stand as prosecuting witness. They'll be able to, you understand? It is something that needs to be addressed. That's the big picture. If not, we'll say, oh, it's our turn. Nigeria will not go anywhere. With what we are seeing today, if you divert power and everything, any state that wants to remain in poverty and be pursuing Alumangeri and be promoting it, that will be their own problem. Why should I be worried about what the Alumangeri that is happening in the north? I should have been worried if their leaders don't want it and they made all the effort to address it and they can't address it. But if their leaders are promoting it, then why should I be the one worrying for it? The person will get headache, say no, get headache. Up till now, they are not seeing it as a problem. This security in their place, they are not seeing it as a problem. Every effort to help them now to address that issue is being seen as a target, this thing against the North. That was the problem they gave Jonathan too. Oh, he's targeting the North. Tinubu is talking about it. He's targeting the North. When Buhari was trying to do small fight there, he was not targeting the North. So these things, we cannot continue like that. It's not a matter of who becomes president or which electoral system or whatever. Tinubu will leave now, and that's all. Then I will just close with this. When you look at Obidients, for example, they are not pursuing ideology. This their effort to make for electoral reform is not because they want electoral reform. If they have a reform If there can be a reform that will make Obi become president, they will do it. But the question I ask them is this: tomorrow, what happens if Obi becomes incapacitated? I'm not saying that I don't wish him dead. I don't wish him. If they don't, it's just built. They don't have leader. They say the ideology is even the one controlling Obi. What if Obi buy tomorrow now? So what will happen if the hope of Nigeria actually lies in that movement? What happens? Or is Obi not a human being? He can fall sick now. Look at all the noise about Buhari that time. Buhari did first time. During first time, he took you and look at everything about his government. Who is the next person in that government, in that movement, that can speak and call everybody to order and say, let's rally around this person?
Aisha Yesufu.
Aisha Yesufu, okay, maybe I don't know, but I think these are the things that they need to start thinking, instead of pursuing one individual selfish ambition and things like that. And the individual selfish ambition that now pretend that as if it is not an individual selfish ambition. So let me just close with this. We should be looking at the bigger picture. Let's look at the flip side. If we do electronic voting now, if we do electronic transmission of results now, we don't have the capacity. And when you say you don't have the capacity, people say, oh, they feel that you are not sincere. No, we currently don't have, and it can create some problems too down the line. But the point is that by the next election, we should be going beyond even electronic transmission of results. We should, even with that electronic transmission, we should put up systems and structures that will make our election more transparent. Look at that option A4 that Nwosu introduced that time. People just queued behind. It's cheap. People just queued behind their person, and they counted. When I voted that day in Ibadan, we already knew MK already won in my polling center, because we counted that. We just queued and they counted everybody, and all the agents were following the count, and they signed the form EZ07, whatever they call it then, and that's all. And then they took it to the collation center. You understand? No need for just accreditation. They accredited because we went with our name and voter's card. Yeah, that's all. The voter's card themselves didn't even carry our photograph or anything. It was just your name and the card. That's all. So I think we need to find a way that will tighten it, not the way that will also allow for manipulation. Because when they say IREF, upload result, if they upload result, some people can hack that platform and be uploading all that result just to rubbish it, and then say that so and so person have won. They start seeing several copies of the same polling unit results carrying different numbers, and then one will come, say will be one, another copy will be there. They'll say Article 1, then now say Tinubu. You understand? That's the law of confusion.
2 more minutes, Patoski.
That's the law of confusion we are looking at there. So my position is that Tinubu should look at the flip side also. In case he leaves, what's the implication of the current system on the country? My fear is that this current system can perpetuate a northerner in power. Thank you, Woman.
All right, brilliant. Excellent.
Yeah, Woman, please, sorry to disturb. Did you, that record of how the regions share the FAC in 2025, I don't know whether you presented it in your opening.
Did you send it?
Yeah, I sent it to you. The 6
right.
regions, how much they received in 2025. Southwest received the least. Let me send it again.
All right. Is it one of those Reno ones that you sent?
Exactly.
Is it from Reno?
Yeah.
All right. I'll have a look. Whilst I'm having a look, Patoski mentioned earlier about Peter Obi getting 90% of the votes in the Southeast. So here is how that happened. They were not even bribing them with gala as Sodudo did. They were literally forcing elderly women to thumbprint they were holding their hand and forcefully thumbprinting it. So unbelievable stuff. Sorry, we're not seeing people click on like and subscribe. How are we going to get to that 100,000 subscribers if the numbers are not here?
Can you let Zita tell us the meaning of that song they were singing?
Zita doesn't understand Igbo now. Prestige outed.
I think that song has a meaning. I know they used to sing that song when I was in Enugu during election time. I think that song has some deeper meaning.
Doesn't have any deeper meaning. That just calling the logo of the party. That's what they're telling them. Like when we were young, when we were very small, they used to sing Ebe Seremado. That is Zig's party. Ebe Seremado. They will just say Ebe Seremado. That is where they have a family. That used to be his logo. So when they say Ebe Seremado, you know that's where you're going to thumbprint. So this one is Labour Party. They said where they have father, mother, and child. That's where you are going to put your hand. So
okay, you know, and that it fits like a Zig's logo too, because it's in Madu too. The Labour Party logo has Madu now.
No, it's not Madu. They said Nna Nwa. That is family, father, mother, and children. That's what they're singing.
Okay, because I know they used to sing it during election. Okay.
No. It was during the time of Zik. It used to be, sometime it used to be Inche. That is umbrella. That was PDP. Then it just to educate the uneducated. They're just trying to tell them what the particular place they're supposed to put their hands, thumbprint rather. But this one they're holding their hands to, I don't know. It is what it is.
All right, Zita, floor is yours.
Oh, is it my
is it my turn?
Woman, these pictures you put up there, this lady on a lighter mood, is she Labour or ADC?
You know, she was actually listed as an ADC coordinator, but she tells us she's Labour Party.
Confusion everywhere.
And also the new chairman of the Labour Party, she was Nana something, the one that's
Nena D. Usman.
Nena D. Usman. She was also listed under ADC as a functionary, as an area coordinator, but then she's also the chairperson of the Labour Party. So you know,
one man, you see, let me get some clarification from you before I speak. When they say real time, is there any way you can explain to me? Are they saying the votes are supposed to be transmitted as they come, which is equal to electronic voting?
Exactly.
Or are they saying that when the poll closes, every result should be immediately uploaded, which was done before?
No, as you are voting, it's registering on the IRF. That's
Who does that?
No, there
ask
are
them. Ask them.
yeah. Just to clear it up, Zita. So there are several layers to it. I don't think these people have any understanding, because I think their understanding is that as soon as you turn print, it will immediately reflect on an INEC server. So that would be electronic voting, but that's not an option. What is actually in play is, there are different stages. So you go through the beavers to check that you are registered to vote, and then you cast that vote, and then it's then counted and agreed by all the party agents.
One man,
and
you're not
then
explaining it to me well.
No.
Which one is done electronically and which one is done manually?
Wait, I'm taking you to where the contention is. So it's counted and agreed by all the party agents. So after it's counted, then they take it to a coalition center where it's then uploaded. But what they're arguing is that at that point, after it's been counted and agreed by the party agents, it should be uploaded right there from that polling unit, rather than it being taken to a coalition center where it's then subsequently uploaded. So that's their version of real time.
Okay. It should be uploaded at the polling unit. Where in the world is that one done?
Do we even have the infrastructure is the thing?
No, because
we don't have electricity, we don't have internet, and you are
saying, the closest in the world that do something close is New Zealand. And they don't upload their result until the poll closes. That means the whole country time and voting time has to shut down. Like, nowhere in the country they are voting again before the uploading. You start seeing it. So I do not know what they mean, because sometimes pool my clothes in Yaba. Some people they know Shodi because of one reason or the other, they are still voting. So are you saying that Yaba closes, or let me use a look. Some polling units in some local governments, they are still voting. You will upload a particular polling unit into IREF. Are they okay? Who does that? Election is going on, you are uploading results. Who does that? Anyway, one man, that is by the way. You see, this English language, they make it so beautiful. Real time. Real time. And when I look at the people who are talking about transmission,
Zita, Nigeria has their own special dictionary.
Yeah,
of English.
It's actually very funny. You see, woman, sometimes when I speak, some people don't like me because they believe I'm hitting on somebody. But no, I'm not hitting on somebody. I am somebody who is for justice. I don't care who it is for or against. Tinubu was called a bullion van man. Woman, do you remember? That's one of his names. One of his names. Bullion van, right? They said he used to use bullion van to carry money. Yes, and there is, among the people demonstrating, one of them too had a bullion van money. And he has never been called a bullion van. That same man is standing.
Rotimi Amechi.
Which Rotimi Amechi? Peter Obi. Peter Obi is standing in front of National Assembly talking about electronic transmission. And that's one man that carried money all the way from Anambra to Lagos. And the excuse he could give to anybody who cares to hear is that the contractor said he wanted cash. And he didn't deem fit.
I remember that story. It was 250 million naira in raw cash. Do you know where they intercepted that money? It's number 7 Aerodrome Road at Papa. Do you know who owns that property? Do you know who owns that property? Next International.
Woman. And he didn't even deem it fit to walk into the bank and then write the check, give the banker, and say, Mr. Man, you say you want your money cash. Oh, yeah, oh, I don't they go. Make una wire the cash, give him. He carried it. No transfer,
No,
no
it's government
transmission.
project too, not
All
his
the way
personal
from
one.
Anambra State. Cash withdrawn from wherever that the man cannot withdraw it from wherever.
Do you
That's
know
at
who
the
that money?
time.
Do you know who that money belonged to?
I don't know.
It was the local governments. It was the yes.
well, well, woman. And at that time, just as they are salivating on real time, that time Nigerian got this new internet banking. Nigerians were salivating on internet banking, where you just sit down in your office, you transfer money, boom, to another person's bank account. And this liar stood in front of Nigerians and said that a contractor want cash, 250 million naira cash. And he too obliged, because that contractor is the only contractor and he is made in heaven. Without him, that job will not be done. And woman, look, the only thing I understand from what happened 2 days ago is that these people ain't got no cards. They're not serious. I have said this and I will continue saying it. If this is the way the cow wants to get to Umuahia, I can promise you the cow will not get to Umuahia. Because I actually do think they have something somewhere, cooking somewhere to unseat Tinubu. Is it this? These people are just unserious. And honestly, sincerely speaking, they are not planning to win the election, but they are planning to cause chaos after they lose. That's exactly what they're planning. That is the only card I think they have now. Card to call for military to take over, to turn Nigeria upside down, to demonstrate and break things and do things, and then try to show the world that Tinubu is not liked. Just as the media and some unscrupulous humans in America keep trying to project to the world that Donald Trump is not liked. I would like not to be liked that way too. But it is what it is. Tinubu will come back. He will even win more vote than he did before. Still, they will project him as somebody Nigerians don't like because of these things they're doing. One man, these people are not, I can't see anything they're planning to win this election. No. But they're making heavy plans to disrupt Nigeria after the result is being announced. That is all I can see. Because I really do not understand this kind of madness. A man who has transmission, all of a sudden is falling in love with transmission. A man who carried 250 million naira cash for all the way from Anambra State to Lagos couldn't transmit it. Is now asking for transmit. Nigeria is actually a yo-yo. They really do have costs. Some of them say.
Zeta, you know that anarchy that you say will come after the elections. A lot of it will depend on how Peter Obi, how he handles his laws. You know, if he because he knows after that election, then he knows that ends his political career. If he douses the tension amongst his own people, then there won't be that anarchy. But if after he's done this cycle around the courts, etc., and it's still going on along the same line that is embarked upon, then he can burn that country. But because, you know, the government would not hesitate to arrest him because he's no longer in play politically. So they can't say, oh, whatever it is anymore. So they can arrest him if he continues to foment trouble after the elections. They can arrest him. They can't arrest him now because he's still a political actor. But after the elections, if he does the cycle, the Supreme Court, everything, and it tries to rile up his people to cause havoc in the country, they can arrest him, and they should arrest him, and they
throw
almost
him
certainly
inside
will
the
arrest him.
cell,
Yes.
abandon him there for years. Honestly, because one man, honestly, sincerely speaking, these people are not making any move to win this election. Look, politics is a dirty game. Somebody says something very striking here. He said they did not transmit real time. Obi won how many million percentage vote in the Southeast. He should still use the same, well, but I have said it here severally. I say you cannot rig where you are not wanted. I will keep saying it. All elections are rigged. Believe it or not, it depends on how you want to rig it. But one thing is sure, you cannot rig where you are not liked and wanted. You don't try it. It will be catastrophic. So the same way they did not do their so-called real time, I don't even understand what kind of English is that. The same way they did not do their real time in Southeast and he was winning 90% votes, 200% votes, he should use that same techniques in Lagos, in Abuja, in Nasarawa, in Kano, Kaduna, all those places. He should use that his magic wand that he used in Southeast to get votes the other place. That's how to play politics. Period. Look, these old cargoes, they should stop disturbing Nigerians. So, honestly, sincerely speaking, they should stop disturbing Nigerians. Each and every one of them have the opportunity to make Nigeria a better place. In their own little way, they were given opportunity to make one part of Nigeria okay, or the other part okay. But they did not. Now they're looking for jumping into the head of the main place in Nigeria. When the woman, do you have another topic? I don't really like discussing these people, honestly. I have said it,
all the
and let
topics
me
are
close
around.
by saying this on this topic. I still wish if Atiku will listen to the voice of reasoning, is it how they say it? Or voice of reason, he should please do not run. ADC or LP or SDP or ADP should give Obi that ticket. Even if it means as him and his political headless mob believe that he's a beautiful bride and therefore he should not do primaries, they should just call him and give him the ticket. Let them give him the ticket. I actually want Obi and Tinubu ticket in 2027.
That would be shellacking.
I want Obi and Tinubu to be every other person. Stay clear. If you want to support Tinubu, support Tinubu. If you want to support Obi, support Obi. Let them go to the field. But my problem is that this is nyeme. So I went to what am I saying is that I went there. My voice is even more manly than the bagger's voice.
I was walking down the road,
and
then an old woman say, Peter. I said, Ma. He said, Peter. I said, Ma. He said, Peter. I said, Ma. You do wow, you got oh God, that guy, man. He's a character, you know. He would have done well as a comedian, you know, because he's certainly a joke, you know. He's a Peter.
I've been wearing one wristwatch. I
Look,
bought this wristwatch.
Zita, one man, don't be fooled
I
by
used
that.
to buy one fuel. It's only one fuel I bought in 1979 that I have been using to drive my car since I was a governor. I
That's
have
another
never
new
bought
one.
any other car. I used to remove money from my pocket to come on now.
I mean, a man who stands in Ikeja and
A
told us
man
that
whose
the
father
property is
is
owned by Next,
come to
and Next
tell
is
me
owned by his brother. He went to trade fair where he owns 200 shop by deceit and claiming it's Next. Everything is Next. And you are Next. He doesn't even know the corporate law. Why did they say corporate law? It's a citizens of his own and somebody is behind it. He just he talks anyhow.
So, but you know when Tinubu tells them he's not Alpha Beta, they will say it's a
Oh, that's a different case now. Obi has a different measure, tape rule. Tinubu has a
Zita,
different tape rule.
One man. Do you know why?
Should I show you how poor Peter Obi is? He's an extremely poor man, and I have video evidence. Do you want to see how poor Peter Obi is? Let me show you.
When was this?
Do you
No,
know
it was
that was 2
one
weeks
man.
ago.
The husband was there.
Hold on now.
Obi was there too.
Do you know who that is, Zita?
I think is it not his wife?
Yeah, that's Margaret Obi.
Obi came with her, and she went to different place to sit.
Do you know that what that woman is wearing in jewelry is it will buy a medium-sized house in the UK? What she's wearing in diamonds and pearls.
No,
what buy a medium-sized house in the UK.
In fact, he did not, but he
That's
was
the better part of
one madman one day that picked it and gave it to his wife. Idiot.
The guy
one man. Some people think Obi is of much importance to us. Hell no. As long as I'm concerned, I treat him the way Tinubu treats him. But for us to keep the discussion going and to keep the floor moving for some headless mobs who want us to discuss him, I keep talking about him. As long as I'm concerned, he's personal non-grantor. And most times when we discuss him, I'm trying to showcase who he is, number one. Number two, what they're planning to do to Nigeria after the election. They have already started.
But Azita, in terms of image managing and rebranding people, I think what we are seeing with Peter Obi is a masterclass. Yeah. I'm not sure that anybody else has globally has been rebranded as excellently as that guy.
They did that in 2019.
Really amazing.
In 2019.
I've never seen anything. A hardened criminal, somebody that stole. We've done that story severally now. Somebody that stole 250 million naira in raw cash. In raw cash, Rudolph, he did a clip mocking him when he stole that money. He is now his biggest champion. All these things. Somebody that passed the economy of his state in his own personal bank.
That's the tribal sentiment in Rudolph's case and all those.
No. It's not even tribal sentiment. I think it's economics. I think it's more economics than anything else. But it's quite frightening the way they've turned completely. Do you know that Chris Ngige, the IGR in Anambra State, up under Chris Ngige, if this is National Bureau of Statistics, so not me talking, it fell sharply. It was one of the worst. The IGR and the poverty index, the poverty was elevated marginally under Chris Ngige. It dropped to one of the worst in the country under Peter Obi, and then it spiked up back to a positive under Willie Obiano. So the two governors that is sandwiched, they elevated that space out of poverty more than him. There is no abiding legacy. There's nothing in Anambra State now that you can go and point to and say this is the legacy that this guy left
maybe
behind.
the brewery.
He built no champions. He did nothing. You know, Peter Obi told us that he handled $500 billion in the course of his two terms. $500 billion under that exchange rate. What impact of $500 billion are we seeing in Anambra State now? And they are telling us this guy can walk on water.
No. You are even going far. The word they are using to hit on Tinubu today, which is security. When Obi was the governor of Anambra State, insecurity was a very flamboyant business. It was extremely lucrative and flamboyant. To the extent that when Obiano took over from him, Obiano personally inspected the demolition of, he said he used caterpillar to crush their cars, bulldoze their houses. He declared state of emergency in security in Anambra State. Immediately he took office. Go and read it. That one, they can't remove it. It's still online. To the extent that Buhari thanked Obiano, said, thank you for not seizing those properties, because they were telling Obiano to seize those properties. Obiano said no, that if he seized the property, that when he leaves office, the person coming after him might hand over those properties to those vagabonds. Ritualists, buying, money ritual, stealing, name it, was the order of the day.
So Lulu is still wrapping them up. It's still wrapping them up till now. Now those ritualists and do you know that this
and he still come out to say do
you know that
look, these guys piss me off, honestly.
Do you know that it's marquee achievement that they vaunt around all the place, that it took Anambra from X in education to #1? Do you know that when Willie Obiano, I'll bring the articles out, I'll bring all the clips out if anybody wants to see them. Do you know that when Willie Obiano came in, you know, because there was a lot of pressure, the pressure had already started mounting in Peter Obi's administration, but the pressure from WAEC got too much. And Willie Obiano, within the first 3 months of his administration, he closed down what they called miracle centers, about 500 of them, which is where they were. Anambra people are naturally brilliant, so that's not a disparity. I'm not at. You are a good example.
And where they have the highest exam fraud in the history of Nigeria.
Yes.
Please, it's Imo State people that are very brilliant.
They were closing down all these miracle centers under pressure from WAEC within 3 months. And and they rebrand this guy, and you wonder if this is the real.
Do you know the annoying part of the annoying part of rebranding of Obi is that after 2019, most of the things about Obi that you click away in Google, you put it, you don't see it any longer. I was shocked.
Yes. There is an impeachment petition which somebody sent me. And I misplaced it. I've been looking for it ever since.
No, you can't see it.
It's been deleted from the internet.
Those things are in the cloud now. Unless we are into tech, you can go
because there's a lot of things embedded in that impeachment petition.
They did what they call reputation cleansing for him when Obasanjo forced him on a
Zita, do you know in that impeachment petition, a lot of things were these are 250 million naira that is stole. It was in that impeachment petition. It was one of the things leveled against him. But one of the key ones that was leveled against him, there's a guy called Paul Ododiem, and that Paul Ododiem is his business partner in Next International. Do you know that all of the contracts, a good 90% of the contracts in Anambra State under Peter Obi went to that guy? And do you know that there was no recourse to parliamentary oversight? There was no due process. It was just awarding the contract by fiat. And then they will come across this story and say, oh, they came with the budget. And I fall Okafor. I say, can you do it? He said, how much can you do it? I say something. Okay, go and take it. I send you 10. It was packing all the contracts to that Paul Ododiem, which was his business partner in Next International.
That
It
guy
was all
is
in
a
his
broad game criminal.
impeachment petition now. The guy is hardened criminal.
Woman, do you know? Let me say something that will shock everybody. You see this one that's saying Biafra, Biafra. Let's assume Nigeria allow Biafra to go. That Peter Obi cannot even be the president of Biafra. Now, me, they tell you, he can't win presidency in
It's not
Biafra
clever
land.
enough. Look at the quality of people we have in the Southeast now. How we manage? Look at the quality now. Are they going to pick him
talking
over
rubbish.
Kingsley Mogalu or Soludo or
You cannot be the president of Biafra, not to talk of, I don't know. But wait, hey, woman, I have shown my disdain on that guy on this platform as much as I can. As long as I'm concerned, his personal non grata. But as the music comes on, we discuss
That's why
him.
they're after you. I will
Zita,
never
let
force
me
you
ask
to
you a
switch on
question.
your camera because you'll be at
One
peace
man,
from this.
please let me ask Zita one question.
Yeah.
Zita, I think, why are we discussing Obi? Why are we not supposed to be discussing their policy? What are they going to change? Why is it that it's only this thing that we discuss about them? We're not discussing something that will move.
Are you asking me the question? Are you making a submission?
I'm asking you.
Okay, let me answer you. Why we are not discussing their policies is their anger at none. That is one. Why are we not discussing their policies is because they have not showed us any. Why are we not discussing their policies is because they are not doing anything. They want to do different. Let me finish now. They want to do different to unseat Tinubu. What they are planning is to disturb Nigeria after the election. So that's why we are discussing them.
Media, the people supposed to be asking them. Why are we following frivolous things?
No. They want to disturb Nigeria after the election. That's what they want to do. So that's why we are discussing them. They want to destabilize Nigeria after the 2027 election. Because that's the only thing they got now. How to set Nigeria ablaze after
Zita,
the election.
Do you remember the narrative of how this guy extrajudicially pied about 200 people and threw them in a river? Do you remember that story?
He will tell you is what do they call them?
Without any recourse to law, he just had them pied and threw them in the river.
Because they were against him.
Hello, woman.
Yes, Uncle Ben. No, yes, I knew you couldn't bear it anymore. We're slaughtering your man. Good to have you here.
No. I just wanted to ask when it's gonna be my turn. You know, I have to obey now.
Yes. So Zita, 2 more minutes and then we'll move it on. Sorry, Ben. When we get into Peter,
unless you have another topic. As long as I have
other topics, but let's move it around so that and then once we get other voices, let's go to you, UB, because I know you are joining us from work. So the central piece is Godswill Akpabio inviting the Obidients to take a running jump over a short bridge, to go and hug transformer. UB in the building. Uncle Beno. Oh, yeah. Oh, Beno is joining us from.
People that want electronic transmission.
Of course now. Or is Hardin is as obedient as obedient gets. That's why I like to have him here, because he counterbalances the conversation, and other obedience can come and join us as well. You get equal measure to speak as you will. There's nobody restricts anybody
here. He's calling from America and he cannot connect. And
no, it's connected now. It's joining us from work. It's joining us from work. So, the dollar has to be made first. We'll go to Prince Daddy, and then we'll look back to Uncle Beno when it's ready for us. Prince Daddy, are you with us? Hello, man. Hello, one man. P. Diddy.
Hello, one man. How you doing?
Hello, man. How buddy?
I did.
Yes.
Let's Dr. Simba go ahead. I'll just listen to you guys. I'm not sure the topic.
All right. I think Beno might be ready for us. Yubi, are you ready? I saw him on mute just now. Is that work? So he has to balance. Simba. So hopefully this draws a line under it. But I think the narrative for the post-election drama, in fact, the whole election will be dramatic anyway, just off the back of this, because they'll just be wailing and gnashing about electronic upvoting and whatever. This clause, it creates more mess than resolves anything. Should Akpabio not just have invited them to fuck off and leave it at that?
Good morning, everybody on the platform.
Good morning to you.
If you recall what happened after the 2023 election, it was this same thing that they were hammering on. Oh, why was it a glitch? Why didn't they transmit a result on real time? And that was why they said, okay, the whole thing was rigged. As Zita said, I think they are preparing ground for chaos in that country. They knew, or they already know that they cannot win that election. So they have started giving excuses. Even if you remember the last time Okubeno came here, he said he has given up. He has given up on something that Tinubu will win, whether we like it or not, he's going to win that election. That's what they are going to do. And those are the things that they will give out there, even to the international community, that the election is not free and fair. That was why they lost. But we are Nigerians, we know that they don't even have anything. They are not even prepared for the election. They don't even have any grant to win that election. But they have this power in the social media where they can peddle their lies and everything to make the international community believe that the election is going to be rigged or will be rigged. So I don't know. I think Tinubu has to prepare for that. Our security outfit, because after that election, anything that happens, whether they lose by crook or even by free and fair election, they are not going to accept the result of that election. And so a lot of drama is going to happen after that election, 1 month. So as far as I'm concerned, they are just preparing. All these same demonstrations that we are seeing is just a preparation for chaos that they are going to do after the election.
Yes, I couldn't agree more, actually, because I'm not quite sure what the fixation is with electronic transfer. I'm not even sure how that adds or removes anything from the credibility of the elections.
Okay, let's see. 1 month. Can we see what is going to happen today? Are they going to leave the street today, or they are going to continue their demonstration?
These people are professional protesters. They'll still be on the streets now.
If they leave the streets, if they stop all these demonstrations,
they say they're going to storm the National Assembly.
As far as I'm concerned, what they are past is actually not different from what they are saying before. Because if we are not saying it's compulsory that everything must be transmitted, and to me, if you want,
and they left out in real time from the something as well.
And they left out mandatory, and also.
Did you watch Al Hollywood guy? What's his name? Kennedy Concourse interview with Kimberly. Do you guys watch?
Not the abuse, the abuse.
No, I couldn't bear. I can't bear watching that guy. Unfortunately, I saw it, but I just couldn't bear it. I couldn't. There are certain people that, like Rufai, you're saying, I can't bear watching him. It jars me.
They are competing now. Who can spew out the best abuse or the worst abuse? Oh, scumbag, Escobar. There is nothing they've not. Now everybody has developed thick skin. But what I'm annoyed about is when they will open their mouth, the people, who are the people? Am I not part of the people?
You know what I really hate, Baba, is when they say Nigerians this.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't want what you want.
Exactly.
What do you mean Nigerians this, Nigerians that? Who are these Nigerians?
Say your party.
The majority of the Nigerians voted for Tinubu now, so we already know where the Nigerians are.
That statement annoys me so much. Not in my name anyway.
All right. Does anybody have any thoughts on these tickets that we're waiting for UB to join us? It's at work, as I said, so the pressure of work. Does anybody have any thoughts on these tickets that Obasanjo is wanting to put together? Is really pushing this hard. You know, it'd be quite curious actually to see if they can snatch. They say snatch it, grab it, and run away with it. I wonder if they can snatch, grab, and run away with ADC from Atiku San. Obasanjo backs Peter Obi as push for joint ticket with Kwakwanso intensifies. So, what are you making of that? How realistic is that? And is the pressure, because Atiku has actually come out to speak to it in the direction of this sort of a narrative. So, what are you making of this? How feasible is it? And if it does actualize, are you with Zita to say the moment they announce that ticket is the moment Tinubu wins? Because who in the north is going to vote for Peter Obi?
One man, I think we are overrating the power of Obasanjo when it comes to politics. Can Obasanjo install governor in Ogun State? A governor in Ogun State. Talk less of now saying you want to install a president in Nigeria. I think that man should just go and sit down and just rest and.
No, but I think you are missing some point there. He's not trying to install. He's trying to mobilize a ticket. And then those guys.
Let me tell you, who are his supporters? Who are the people that can mobilize?
He's trying to broker. You can be a broker. Even we that don't have supporters, we can be the one who knows Obi and who knows Kwakwanso. You are a friend of both, and then you can help them as a facilitator to agree and reconcile their differences, and then they run. The implication of that is this. Northern vote, Kwakwanso will get more now. And that the more that is going to get it from Atiku.
How? Let me ask you, Patrick, how would Kwakwanso get more northern votes than Atiku?
Because now he's going to work. He has hope that, okay, if I do, he's not going to get more than Atiku. He's going to take part of Atiku. Let me finish. He's going to take more vote than he got last time. But that vote is not going to come from Tinubu's vote in the north. It's going to be Atiku's vote. So he has reduced that. He's going to be reducing Atiku's vote. And that strengthens Tinubu's position, just like Zita said. I agree with that. Because they are now reducing Atiku's vote.
We have to talk about party. We have to talk about primary first, too.
It's going to broker a ticket. Are you not aware that Atiku is trying to...
What they're actually discussing, Patoski and Simba as well, in the ADC is to, before the primaries, agree on a consensus candidate. That's what
that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
To get Peter Obi, has to be through... Peter Obi cannot emerge through primaries. So if it's ever going to him, it'll be... Yeah.
I'm hearing that Atiku is planning to go to his party. That the party he has proposed to register will soon be ready. What's the name of this party?
AAC.
Yeah.
No, they've registered NDC.
Is it NDC?
NDC and one other party.
AAC.
So I think from what I heard, it's going to go there. Because this ADC was Obasanjo's party. Obasanjo had, before now, he had a very strong influence in that party.
Was it not maybe Kachuku that on that party?
No.
Let us imagine a situation whereby Atiku leave ADC. Who will be left in that ADC?
If Atiku leaves, Abubakar Malami and the rest of them would leave as well.
So where will the ADC get the money for the election?
No, now.
Rotimi Amechi will leave too.
It's better for Tinubu.
That's it's better. It's a win-win situation. I've said it long time ago. No permutation is working.
Rotimi will leave. Even I'm very sure Erufai will not stay. Malami,
Tambuwa,
David
Pantami.
Mark, all of them.
So Pantami has already gone back to the APC anyway.
What will be left of
Pantami has gone back to APC now.
Yes, he has. Yeah.
All those ones there, they don't even have political value. Erufai does not have any political value. again.
Other than to call people scumbags.
And to talk on TV, yeah. He talks more intelligently than that here anyway, so still manageable at that level. It's going to be the Profanica day.
It is this
It's
frustration that
going to
is
be the
driving
Fanica
them
of
mad,
APC.
actually. It is this frustration. So they want to cause anarchy. And they, they don't know what is coming. If they know, they will better pack their batter and go back to their houses and wait till 2031.
Baba, let me tell you the point. If they cause anarchy, they will only cause it in their region. When Buhari was using baboon and something to threaten people, the baboon that was bathed in blood, was it bathed in Lagos?
No.
It was bathed in their own region. That's to tell you how upside down thinking, the kind of upside down dead thinking that they have. I don't know the grammar to use. How can you be thinking that way? Babu is going to bathe in blood, and you are talking of your people that you are fighting. How is it different from now, Kanu? That Buhari man now. How is it different from now, Kanu? The same people that you say you want to rule, you say that Babu is going to bathe in blood, and your people too. So it's somehow. So if they want to create problem, they will not create in the southeast because of that. I know that they will not go and be buying. Southeast will not go and buy their people and say they didn't vote for Obino because they will vote. And I don't see anybody trying to buy anybody in Lagos. If you try nonsense in Southwest, everybody will call you to order. Well, Motabanja Abikakuko.
Oh, they've overplayed their hands. I'll tell the Southwest, we are waiting. We are really waiting.
And it's not going to happen.
Nobody should give the Southwest an excuse.
It's not going to happen
Unleash.
in Middle Belt.
It's not a threat.
No. During June 12, nobody fought in Southeast. So why should I be fighting Southwest? When if even the June 12 that was justly won, no. So, or you think anybody in the North Central is going to fight for Obi and Atiku? So it will be, in short, they will be on their Northwestern people will not have, it can't happen. They will just go, Obi will just cry on the TV, and then everybody will just go. Nothing will happen. They will not be able to do. These boys will carry placard, this Mama P, or all those kind of, you understand? Those people, I was listening to a talk, one guy was talking, I said, look, that these Obidients are the one that will never make Obi become president. That even after Tinubu had gone, if he comes again, he will never be, as long as these Obidients are the ones of. But in
because he doesn't have control over them. They are the one controlling him.
Wear red. That lady that used to wear red just went online and was say if you vote for Tinubu, I can't make myself to say what she said. Now this thing will happen to you. Now that one will happen to you if you vote. If you support her, all the celebrities where they support this man, now this thing will happen to you. I don't know.
I've never been insulted like this in my life. I wish we go back 30 years back. All these people, I don't know what they think the older folks are.
No one can
with me.
Older folks know they think.
Who born you?
All right. I think Uncle Bello may be ready for us now. UB, are you there? You'll be in the building.
Egbon, which you they sing you be in the building.
I love that song. It's one of my favorite parts of your show. It's a vibe today. I know that. You'll be in the building.
Thank you, sir.
You. Yes.
Yeah. I'm actually driving, so I'm using my vehicle's mic. So in case if you don't hear me well, make sure I know this. Good evening, everybody.
Carry on. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody. Woman, I just wanted to ask like 3 questions, and honestly, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be insulting of anything. I just wanted to have fun, make sure I know this. So, can I go ahead and ask the question, sir?
Of course, ask, and Baba or Zita will respond. Go on.
Okay, so number 1 question, I wanted to know, are the people on this platform getting paid from APC? Because I won't join myself. I need money.
Millions and millions of dollars. They pay me.
Oh, they are paying
millions of dollars. Yes.
I go and jam me say Tinubu 2031. Why we go to talk again? I don't know now.
300K every month, American dollars. 300K.
Boy, I don't need up to that. Just give me 5K every month. I go carry plank at Tinubu forever. So that's my question, because the reason I ask is that every time is like Peter Obi is the topic over here. And this platform is actually dishing out very good information, honestly speaking, quality information. I did a show, I think 2 days ago or something. And at the point, I have to let people know that Tinubu already did stuff that can actually make him win the vote, even without all these rackers. And I found myself using some of the things I've learned from this platform to defend that point. Because you know my people now, so many of the people were like, Ben, Abi, they don't pay you don't they campaign for Tinubu. And I was like, no, it's not that I'm campaigning for Tinubu, but let's face reality. Tinubu have done a couple of things that alone, if we have to go on a free and fair election, if the APC really want to like campaign on the basis of what he has done, I believe some people will change their mind. And I get all those information mostly from this platform, just by listening to people here, Baba, Uncle Ola, yourself, and many other brilliant uncles on this platform. So that's why I'm asking, like, right now, I was just looking out for, okay, what's going to be Tinubu manifesto? What are the things they are going to do? What is APC plan and things like that. But unfortunately, I got here, and all I hear is Peter Obi, Peter Obi, Peter Obi. So that leads me to my second question. Is Peter Obi that important and very scary that people have to discuss him all the time? I'm sorry, like I said, I'm an obedient by choice. I just like him. I just want something different from the old cargos and the recycled politicians that we have. I have no attachment to him. I don't have any connection. I don't even belong to any sect or any group. I'm just on my own, being obedient. So I'm saying that for people to know that it's not like maybe I have one thing that I'm really after. And for me, when I look at the political permutation ongoing right now, honestly speaking, if I'm facing Peter Obi, I will tell him, just drop this thing. And I'm not saying that because I don't believe in him. It's because the way the APC has been moving, and with all this, can I say, election bandits that we have in Senate, everything is guaranteed already. You have the governors, or the entire south, east, southwest is sure for APC, and APC still have some stronghold in the north. So why is Peter Obi giving people so much headache? Like Peter Obi, Peter Obi, Peter Obi. For me, I don't see what you now see, to be honest. So that's my question. Is Peter Obi that's so scary that it has to be subject of discussion? Those are my two questions, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Uncle Beno.
Yes, sir.
Let me try and answer your question. Peter Obi is not Ologomgom. He's not Ologomgom. He's a politician. He was a governor for 8 years. So he's part of the old political circles we are confronting. What is getting everybody's goat is exactly the question you ask. Why everything Peter Obi? He's the arrowhead of the opposition. And he's presenting himself as Mr. Clean. So his political life has to be examined. He presented himself to administrate the country. So, we must examine him from head to toe, toe to head. So we are not doing anything wrong. In the same vein, you that are behind him are also asking the present administrator, what is he doing with the resources of the country? And I'm glad, honestly, I'm very happy with you to say it is on this platform you had his achievement articulated. Because the noise is coming from the opposition. It's not allowing people to even breathe, step back and look at the Tinubu's government. Because this government, I'm not APC. I don't give a fig about any party, but we are presented with four choices. Obi, Kwankwaso, Atiku, and Tinubu. I listened to all the four, though to a lesser degree, I would say, of Kwankwaso, but I listened to Atiku severally, ditto for Obi, ditto for Tinubu, before I jump on Tinubu's bandwagon. And I'm glad I'm not wrong so far, so good. Because I'll always refer people to go listen to the Nigerian Summit Group, not a debate, but they took 55 minutes, 58 minutes, each candidate. They questioned them. And Obi was the worst. Obi was the worst of all. And everything Tinubu articulated that he will do, he is doing, and he will continue to do. Everything he told us, he said he will remove subsidy, he removed it. He will harmonize the foreign exchange window, he did. He said he will give nail fund, he will establish nail fund, he's done it. He promised the coastal road, he did, and even went extra mile to do this Sokoto to Badagry to Booth. And I can continue. That's on the home ground terrain. On the economic level, that's a different thing entirely, because the Bretton Woods Institute and several other world financial platform has articulated and given him B+. You get my point? So we are on a certain trajectory. And what I love about people, I don't like people who flip-flop when it comes to policy. And that is why the whole financial world is backing him. He has never flip-flopped, despite the pressure from right, left, and center to change direction. People are suffering. They kind of weaponize hunger. But he said, look, let's stay the course. I can see a light at the end of the tunnel. And we've stayed the course and we are seeing. But we keep on hearing from the opposition, cost of rent, cost of a bag of rice, as if everybody buy bag of rice in Nigeria. No. We have relatives. Everybody, you live by your size. And Nigeria is still a cheap country, last I checked. Because it's a very simple way of checking, Uncle Beno. If you have anybody in Senegal, like in Gambia, like in Ghana, Ivory Coast, call them. Just take time, call them and ask, how much does a crate of egg cost? Mid-size, medium. How much do you buy Coca-Cola bottle? How much do you buy Carnation milk tin? When you take those simple things that we survive on daily and get it, compared with what those items are priced in Nigeria, you find out, so to your surprise, that it's just cheaper, far cheaper. So, because when you find what does it translate to is that government have been subsidizing our lives. Every aspect of our life, except apart from rent. Apart from rent. Every other thing, government subsidize it. So that freebie is now stopped. And in stopping it, look, one of the biggest problem any parent will face in Nigeria is paying school fees, sending their children to school, particularly in tertiary institutions. People really suffer. But today, that is off their
Hello, sir.
neck. Yes, sir.
Hey, Baba, quick
Just
question.
happened to my network.
Hello?
Baba, quick question for you.
We can
Okay.
hear you, UB. Nothing wrong with your network. We can hear
What?
you, UB.
Okay. I didn't hear.
Sorry, hold on.
Baba.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't hear Baba anymore. That's why I was wondering.
But
Maybe
can you
my
hear me
network.
now?
Okay. Now, the other question is this. I agree with everything Baba have said, which is absolutely fantastic, to be honest. But politics is all about competition. Election is all about competition. So sometimes I wonder, do the ruling party don't want anybody to contest? Because if people are going to contest, take for instance here in America, when Donald Trump was going to run against Kamala Harris, Donald Trump focused on immigration, for instance. He made it look like the immigrants are the problem of America. We've been at it for how long now? Almost a year. We've seen that the immigrants are actually not the problem of America. There are so many other things that we are facing, but that is politics. So if Peter Obi, Atiku, and the likes, if they are now campaigning using hunger and the well-being of Nigeria plus the insecurity in the country as their own manifesto, why is that a problem, sir? I don't really
Yeah.
understand that
Yeah.
aspect.
Okay. Here's the
That's why I
thing.
kept
It's a
saying,
problem.
if Tinubu and APC believe they've done a good job, there is no need for all this. Let's get all the governors to come to APC. Let's block this. Let's block that. Let's scatter all this other party. I don't think it's necessary. And coming to
Wait.
the issue of this transmission or no transmission we are talking about right now, if the APC are so sure that they've really delivered for the people of Nigeria, I don't think they should bother about, oh, we cannot transmit. And at the end of the day, it's looking like a mockery to the entire country right now. Today now,
No.
Akpabio and his
Uncle Beno, wait.
co-bandits, the
Let's get something
political
right.
bandits, they
Uncle
came up with,
Beno,
okay, this is what we're gonna do. We will keep transmission at the same time. We will add manual to it. Is it too
no.
much for Nigerians to say, okay, this is how we want our election to be conducted? We
Okay.
have the money.
Can you hear me?
The excuse of there is no network, there
Well,
is
you
no
can't hear
network.
me.
How many polling units do we have in those interior places that we cannot provide network to transmit? So
Well,
it's
can you hear
looking
me?
like,
Hold
oh,
on for him, Baba. You can do
we
it.
just don't want these people to have any chance. We are going to do the election however we want it. If we have to write the result, we will write it. That is what is given. So those are just like my own confusion. And that's why I kept wondering, why do APC focus on let us attack Peter Obi, let's attack Peter Obi, at the expense of promoting the great job that the party has done so far? If truly everybody believes that the party has delivered, then why not intensify campaign on that? So those are just my questions, sir. Thank you,
Okay, can
woman.
you hear me? Can
Yeah.
you hear me?
All right. So, sorry, Baba. Can people please click on like and subscribe? The numbers are not going up. If you are not already subscribed, please do us the favor of subscribing. If you've not clicked on like, please like. Baba, give him a brief response. We go to AY. Baba.
Okay. But Uncle Beno, can you hear me? Hello, Uncle Beno.
He's driving, so I think he'll be dipping in and out of
Baba, let me add a
connectivity.
question before you continue. Let me add a question for you. So you mentioned about the government subsidizing stuff for Nigeria. What is wrong if government decide to subsidize this for the less privileged Nigeria? Is there anything wrong with that? Thank
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that question. When it's supposed to be done structurally. What I mean by structurally, there is a country in West Africa, for instance, when the government of the day came and said, or the government that was outside said, we will do SSS and GSSS free, including boarding house and everything. We told them in that country that it is not possible. There are people who can afford, even if they have a dozen children in the highest schools there, they can still pay. So don't make it blankets. Make it affordable for those that are less privileged. They didn't listen. It brought down the economy of that country until today. It's IMF that is managing the economy. So what I mean by that is this. Those less privileged are the ones to be subsidized. But if they have to be subsidized, we have to have proper records. Proper records. If you earn 70, 80,000, and in the location where you have your job, unfortunately, you cannot afford the rent there or this thing, you can apply and they can help you with subsidized rent. Same thing for food. But for tertiary already, your child or your ward can go get a loan and go to school. But if we do it like freebie, what is that money something like Professor Shimbaju was going to marketplace and dishing out, counting money and dishing. That was an eyesore. That's not the way a country is run. It breeds corruption. So this man is saying, look, let's put a stop to it, particularly when the better edu thing happen. That, oh, this nonsense, let's count ourselves first. When we have the numbers, we know who is who. We know the grade of earning capability of everybody. Then we know those who need help. Then we help those people. There is money. There is money. We can't continue to just throw out money to every Dick, Tom, and Harry. And even as we speak now, there are different levels at which they are even helping people, but you have to be a cooperative or an association. They are different. Don't let anybody from home come back and deceive you that they are not enjoying one kind of a freebie or the other. They are still doing it. They are even paying people to go to trade school. Go learn plumbing, go learn tailoring, go learn electrician, and things like that, technicians, welding. They even pay those ones. How many people know about this? Even till now, they still call me, for instance, money for jump, money for this. And I tell you, no, you can't deceive me. Go to so and so place and register and collect the money. There's money to be given. Are you not a Lagosian? Or are you not from Abeokuta? Is your mother not from Abeokuta? So people like me, I'm on top of everything, so I can't be deceived. So these are the things that we have to count before you do anything. Count yourself first. So you know that 60,000 people are out of work or they need help. So out of the budget from welfare department or anything, you know it's for 60,000 people. But now it's not the case. All they just do because of the cry of the people, they just dish it out. And they are building houses too for poor. Though it is in small numbers, but we have shortage. Because people are saying, no, create a rent tribunal. How can you control what you don't have or what you didn't build? You can't tell me what I should take for my house. I don't support price control. So that is the essence, like the tax bill now. And if Uncle Beno is listening, when you talk about Obi, the opposition headed by Obi, they tell too much lies. Lies. So what do you expect for the government to fold their hands? They have to fight back and say, you are lying. This is the truth. This is the truth. Even now, when you spoke about the electronic transmission, you still say the same thing they are saying, despite the hue and cry from the ruling party that, no, that is not the case. If you say electronic voting, and electronic transmission, that means in real time, then you have to vote electronically in a country where we still have illiterates, where we have only 50% internet penetration. They talk about banks. Oh, if you can do it with banks, how many are banks customers? Take, for instance, a bank that has 10 million customers. I said when I started this evening, I said, I sent 10 million to Ainzon account, for instance. And he says, Baba, I've not seen the 10 million. What is it? Are you lying? And I said, I'm not lying. I have the paper here. I was up it to him that's the paper. And he said, I've not seen it. Only maybe for him tomorrow to wake up and confirm it. Hours have passed. Even that's a banking system everybody is talking about. The POA has been known to fail. So why are they lying? We know how we live in that country. It's not about the urban centers. We have rural communities where they've damaged all the internet towers and everything, and people just come and repeating the same thing, repeating. And if you allow them to continue repeating these lies, people will believe. It is that we are attacking. That stop your lies. Stop miseducating the people. They are doing the work of opposition, but do it on truth, based on facts. It gets my goat when I see a professor, a PhD holder, or a master's holder, respected men in the society, and you ask them in an interview, you tell me the government has done nothing. What has Tinubu done? And I'll be gobsmacked that what? Even a dead clock is correct twice a day. The government is working for 30 months, say you've done nothing until you start enumerating to them, and with a stroke of the hand, wave of the hand, it's nothing, Joe. That's how they treat national issues.
You know that they are still insisting that the Lagos Calabar Superhighway is a scam. That is not.
Didn't they tell us Dangote?
Insisting now.
It's amazing.
Nel fund is a scam. You know, all these things. It's just ridiculous.
So I hope Uncle Beno, I hope I've maybe satisfied you a little bit. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right. Thank you, Baba, for that expansiveness. And also to add, the question AY, UB rather, the reason why Obi is discussed so much is because
thank you, sir. My network is messing up, but I hear you, sir. Thank you.
Yes,
okay, bless you, man.
Hear this. Hopefully you hear this as well. The reason why Obi is discussed so much is because Obi always foists himself onto the headline. There's no single day that he doesn't find a way to push himself into the top end of the political news cycle. A good example is just as early as yesterday. So if Obi goes and storms the National Assembly, then we cannot not discuss it. You know, he's always pushing himself to the front of the headlines. And that's why he's Atiku lost the election. Atiku came second. Now, how often do we discuss Atiku? He is regarding his strength in Abu Dhabi. Traditionally, when an election is over, the campaign stops. But this guy, Peter Obi, he has not broken a stride since the election results was announced. He's been campaign every single day. So that's why it's a recurring decimal. But let's hear from AY. AY, floor is yours. Give us about 5 minutes, AY. Good to see you.
Okay,
you are late for class as always. Yeah,
exactly.
You sit at the back.
Yes, greetings everyone. Good discussion so far. I've been listening. So I think Baba tried to correct this electronic transmission of result. I know I was explaining that to Ola this morning. I think people are using the wrong word really, like when they say was real-time transmission of result. Nigeria that's not what Nigeria asking for really. I think it's just misuse of words. When you say real-time, it actually means like as I'm voting, the vote is going to the system. As one man is voting, the vote is going to the system. It's just like right now, we are on real time. So after this show end, that is not real time. You can't call it real time. So basically, what Nigeria asking for is after the election.
Sorry, AY, can people please push up our subscription? It's not moving. If you're not already subscribed, please do. At least 10 people before we come to an end. Sorry, carry on, AY.
Okay, so what Nigerians are asking for after the election, the EC80, right? So is duly signed by the party agent, by the presiding officer. Then that result is gonna be uploaded in the iRev so that Nigerians can have access to that result. They can see it actually. They can see the result. Then you transfer it to you transfer it through the system to the collation center at the headquarters. This is actually what Nigeria asking for. For me, yeah, when you are talking of real-time transmission of result, I think that for now it's not doable, obviously. But when to transmit result electronically, sincerely, I don't think that is too much to ask. It's not too much.
When would they transmit it?
So you transmit after election. If election is done in your polling unit, everything is concluded. Everything is signed. You transmit it before everybody dispatch.
Do you know the implication of that?
What's the implication?
Zita mentioned something. That thing got me thinking. Election. Campaign stops immediately a night before the election date.
Right.
So have that at the back of your mind.
Not a night, actually. It's 24 hours before the election.
Before the election day, okay. Then, do you know in judiciary they said that if a case is in court, you don't discuss it. Because they don't want interference. They don't want discussions to sway the judge's thinking.
True.
Now, if I am about to vote and I check transmission, Tinubu is already winning some places. I say, I beg, I don't want to vote again, or let me just vote for Tinubu. After all, he's winning from what I'm seeing. So I don't believe that it should be transmitted as that election is conducted in that polling unit, but be transmitted after the election, after every election is completed.
No, I disagree with you.
Because you don't understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get your point, but I disagree with
you. Yeah, you don't want to influence other people.
No,
because all I can do as a sitting government is this: all the places that we are leading, I'll just get them transmitted fast.
So
people say, "Oh, Tinubu has won." No, you understand? It should be transmitted, but it should be after the election in the whole country has been concluded.
No. So then the reason for doing that is gonna be defeated. So
what's the reason for doing that?
So one of the main reasons is the party agent will be a witness to that transmission of that result to the center, to the central system.
Okay, so if the party agent witness the transmission to the center, but INEC refused to open that portal to the whole of Nigeria.
See, do you know how many polling units we have all over the country? Do you know the number?
I'm looking at alternatives now.
About 177,000.
Yeah, it's very high. So nobody will care. So even when they do local, let's assume they do even councillorship election. You will know now, for example, oh, PDP won in this polling unit. Oh, APC won in this polling unit. You will have idea. To be honest, I don't think it's too much. Look, we need to look at it this way. This is for the benefit of every Nigeria. Because trust me, even if you are supporting government in power today, tomorrow is going to be a different thing. That's what PDP did that really hit them out. You see today now they are crying like foul. If you don't know, you will think they are innocent. They are not. So I just want a system that will work for Nigeria. Even when the government leave power,
like we have a system that
I'm also for that. I'm also for that.
so
That's what I was
going
saying.
forward, when it comes to issue of real time, we can plan for that. Probably in the next 3-5 election cycle, we can get to that point. It's just a planning. So we have the resource, give INEC the resources. Okay, how can we achieve that result? Work with the telecommunication company in Nigeria, work with Starlink. You can cover the whole of the whole Nigeria, and you have real time transmission of
AY, do I tell you the cost of Starlink?
No. Yes, I know. I have Starlink in Nigeria. But here is it, right? If you go into agreement with Starlink company itself, Starlink dealing with Starlink headquarters, you don't need to buy those equipment. You can go into some kind of contract with them where they.
So sorry, AY, can people please subscribe? The subscriptions are not going up. They should be going up now. There's a lot of people watching that are not subscribed. Please subscribe. It's only one click of a button. Sorry, AY, carry on.
Okay, Baba, Starlink can cover the whole country for you. It's just going to be a matter of a contract of 24 hours. We are doing election today, cover the whole country, and you pay them their money. I know they have a lot of budget. I think this year is like this election is like 1.something trillion. So this system is going to favor every Nigerian. I want a situation where if one man want to go to Oyo to contest, he's going to go there, explain to them, these are my programs. I want to make a change. I want to make this sacrifice so that the people can listen to him. If they feel like they trust him, he can get the job done, then they will vote for him. Not a system where the other thing Nigeria should pursue now is independent candidate. I don't want a system that will favor people today, tomorrow. When you live there, you are crying. Look at the ADC people cry today. Just imagine David Mark of all people is also crying.
Yeah, you are on the money when it comes to in the independent candidates. I look forward to that, seriously.
Okay. David Mark, that was a Senate president for how many years? You are crying? Really? They are so annoyed. That's why I don't listen to some of these politicians. But this system they are canvassing for, to be honest, if you ask me today, I would say among the senators, they won because there is still an alternative to transmit result as it stand. If it stand today, the manual transmission. If the electronic transfer is not working,
it makes sense.
Which is a loophole. So ideally it makes sense, but I would have a system that would be mandatory. Every polling unit must transmit result electronically. But yes, that is also contestable. That is kind of like
so AY, quick question for you. AY, quick question for you. Now my question is this: according to them, the agent must have signed the form ECAA before being transmitted to the RF portal.
Right.
Let's not assume that it's only one.
And the security agent too, not just political agents.
Yeah, exactly.
I will not find. So there's nothing like real time there. No, way
that's
can
what
be
you
real
say.
time.
It's not real time.
So yeah, I think what the Senate have done, to me, I think it is fair. It's really good considering the infrastructure we have in Nigeria and considering the saboteurs and sabotage and so many other stuff. I think it's fair enough.
Yeah, it's fair enough. So that is what Baba explained. It's not real time. Baba explained that. I also explained that this is not real time. People don't understand between the real time and transmission of a result after the election. So that is why I'm saying it's fair enough for Nigerians. At least let's have that. To be honest, it's going to favor everybody in the end. You see, the system don't need to work for you today, tomorrow. That is where we really get it is very wrong. See, if we fix our electoral system, you will see how the general system will improve. Because what we are dealing with, we have politicians, because they know they have the power, they have the resources, they have the power to do anything. They don't care. They don't respect the voters. So give power to the voters in such a way that if my governor is not performing well, you have reason to vote him out. You vote him out straight up. So,
AY, sorry to interject again. I totally disagree with you. I think the only way that can clean up the system in Nigeria is give the resources back to the states. And then when you give resources back to the state, the people have more power to choose their leader. But this way, it's still the same money bag that will choose your leader for you. Because
what do you mean resources back to the state?
All right, AY, give us 2 more minutes, and then we have 3 minutes, Remy, 3 minutes, Joel, and then we wrap
what
it
do you
up.
mean
You
resources
guys
back
always
to the state?
come in late. Yeah.
Do you mean resource control?
Yes, exactly. That is the only thing that
mean,
will clear everything up in Nigeria.
That is a different issue. The state we are now in Nigeria, that we need that true federalism. That's what we need. That me, I've been canvassing for that like forever. We need that resource control. So that everybody will sit up. Every governor will sit up. Some of these governors, if you know what they do, you go cry. They are in Abuja, they don't go to even their state. When by end of the month, they go to their state, they take all the money, the allocation, they convert to dollars, they go back to Abuja. This is what some governors do. It's actually true. So we need to have a system where the governor will be thinking how to raise the revenue of the state. What can we do to be better, to improve our revenue? What can we do to improve the system? If you are not taking along that line, it can't be business as usual where everybody will gather in Abuja, share the money, and you go back to your state without doing nothing. No, we need to stop that. It's not sustainable. In the end, we will still get back to that. Even if it takes us 100 years, we are going back there because the system we have now, for real, is not sustainable. What could have been sustainable is even if state or region they have, let's say Lagos State, for example, you give percentage of what you are getting to the federal government. The government can actually, in the next 10, 20 years, they can help states that are struggling to set up their system. Like say, okay, this state want to go fully to agriculture. They can say, okay, federal government can match it dollar for dollar and make sure you have a plan, a clear plan where you are going. Federal government can support that in the next 10, 20 years, let's say maximum 10 years, and you start on your feet and do your thing. So every state is viable if we do it this way. It's just like children of the same parent. If your father is rich, for example, is giving you $2,000 every month, you think you will go and look for a job? Maybe you go look for a job in Nigeria, for example. Let's say they want to pay you like $500. You will be asking, like, why will I go work for $500 when my father can give me $2,000 every month? This is the system we are running. But if your father is not there, you will wake up, you will work harder to make sure you excel economically and generally. Everybody will be competing. Everybody will work hard to make sure they feed their family. That's what is wrong with Nigeria, part of the thing. I wish Tinubu can get into that even before election, after election. I get into that and look for a way, just the way he's trying to do some revolution in other sectors. You do that as well. Make sure you fight for it. Local government autonomy, even when it was given, they didn't allow it to work. You have to visit that as well. Let local government, let them have autonomy, and we look for a way to monitor the activity, check and balances. Period. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellent put. Can every single person that is not already subscribed please do? We need the numbers going up aggressively. So if you have no reason, if it doesn't upset you to subscribe, then you have every reason to subscribe. So we need those numbers pushed up, and the pushing up of those numbers is from your subscription. So if you're listening and you're not already subscribed, please do that right now. Subscribe. And as you're subscribing, click on the like button as well. It's for reasons of the YouTube algorithm. So guys, we're coming towards the end of it. Remy and Joel came in late. We have three minutes with them, 3 minutes each with them, and then maybe we'll call it a day. None of the after hours hosts are available. So Remy, you go first. To the conversation, your contribution. Can people please like and subscribe? Remy, okay. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good morning, everyone. I think to me, the senior at the end of the day, I've done a fairly good job. Really, really good. Because at the end of the day, Nigeria, as we are talking today, we don't have the infrastructure to do real-time election. And if you want real-time transmission, that means exactly it must also be electronic voting, as simple as ABC. But when you have to collate the result and put it into form ECA 8, and then the countersigned by the security personnel and also the party agents, then you cannot tell me that is real time anymore. Sometimes I wonder what these politicians are thinking, people that are in the opposition. I listened to an article yesterday calling APC party of forgers and riggers and all sorts of names. I just asked myself, in 2015 or 2014 or 2013, you are in APC. You are there. Because they did not pick you, that is why you hopped out and contest again in 2019 against Buhari in PDP. And all of these people are spent force. They don't have nothing to contribute to national development anymore. So, but unfortunately, because of the literacy level of most Nigerians is not so high, so they can just tell whatever they want to say. And because of religion and tribalism, people vote along that line. These are not people you can put into the arms of our face in that country. If your principal can tell us that you are not worth it, how can, well, because of religion and tribal. So I think this electronic transfer of results the Senate have done, I think is wonderful. Because as we all know, on the election day, there will be so many hackers into the system. That is guaranteed. And there will be so many saboteurs that want to sabotage it, maybe from any of the political party or any interest group or whatever you call them. So this time, I do not see anything that changes from the one that is in 2022. It's still the same thing. At the end of the day, it's still the same thing that they will pass both houses. You are still going to write it in Form ECA 8A before you now upload it into the IRF portal. And even if you are following INEC that day, you remember that all these results are coming from different wards of the Federation. You cannot get the exact results at the same time. It's impossible. They're still going to go to the state coalition and the state to the national coalition. It's still going to be the same thing. So I don't know why Nigerians, I think what we should have done is to continue to improve our institutions, especially in the area of fiscal accountability and also in the area of what I mentioned before, state resource control and devolution of power. If we do this, then we will see people that really want to, that can think and really want to work for the state will come out. But the system of we are doing now, and Nigerian politics is all about money and influence, which is, to me, is nearly the same thing all over the world. It can be in different form. If you don't have money, you can't play politics. And if you don't have the influence, you can't play it also. It's just a game of win and lose. But if you're a good strategy, then you can win. And if people like what you are talking about, or people like you, you can also win. But if you lose today, it does not mean you cannot win tomorrow. But a lot of our people, I don't know whether it's a black nation, and we like to demarcate the same country we call our country. Just demarcate it. Anything terrible, anything bad is Nigeria. Is it not the same Nigeria pre-2023 that things were so worse under Buhari that they were using money to buy money, cash to buy cash? Is it not the same Nigeria of today, now that we're now saying the exchange rate is going down? Is it not the same Nigeria that more investors are now going to Nigeria to invest? Is it not the same Nigeria that 2 or 3 years ago, there is no coastal road, there is no NEL fund, that things are now coming to forth? The same country. Is it not the same Nigeria that people are now going about their business, doing their commerce? Is it not the same Nigeria that people that are really want to work are getting work? I was watching a video the other time. They are constructing a road in, I think it's from Shagam Road, the highway that they are doing, that Umai was doing. And the workers, they are begging Nigerians that they need more workers.
One more minute, Remy. One more minute.
Yeah, that they are begging people to come and work for them. And they are soliciting on TV, on that video, that we need more people to come and work. And they said the pay is fairly good. Come and work here. And we say an average Nigerian, I don't have work. I don't want to do that kind of job. What job do you want to do? You want to be a banker? You don't have the qualification. Even if you have the qualification, there's no room for that anymore. Technology have taken over. I will stop here so that other people can talk. Thank you, woman. Hello, woman.
Yes, I'm here. All right, brilliant, excellent.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you. because I don't want to take you.
Yes, thank you, Remy. It's only because you came so late. You came just towards. I was about to shut it down when you and Joel came in, but you can't come in and not get to speak. So thank you. Oh, all right. So sorry. Yeah. So the final word goes to Joel. And by the way, can people still push up the numbers are not going up aggressively. If you are not subscribed, if you are listening now and you are not subscribed, then please subscribe. We need these numbers going up aggressively. So please subscribe. Do us that favor with your subscription. Joel of Nashville.
Thank you, one man, and for the opportunity to talk tonight. I know that it must have been a long day for you. And then to those listening, morning, afternoon, evening, to whoever, or wherever you may be listening from, Joel of Nashville. One man, today it was a step in the right direction. And that is what we were clamoring for. Give us that we asked for. Enough of the games. We are tired of it. We want to be able to fire and recruit the leaders that leads us. We do not want our result to be determined, or whoever comes into power to be determined by the collation centers. So for those of you who come out here to say that some people are marketing our country, you are the one marketing your country when you say you cannot transmit something as easy as a picture. And even if you say that 8% of Nigeria is not connected to the internet or does not have internet access, which I know is a lie. 92%. You can also work with 92%. Why you organize, better elections or direct elections in those other areas, and of which those results that are coming out from those other areas are not missing. So why do we keep lying to ourselves? You have over 30 governors, and you're still afraid. You could see Akpabio shaking because they know the politicians that are involved in those elections. They know where they lose their elections, and they're telling you it's at the collation center. I have engaged in one of those in the past when Rochas Okorocha came into power. We marched to the collation center. I did not know the reason why we were going there. But as time goes on, I say, how do these people rig this election? After last 2023 elections, I came to find out that Wike is bragging. Everything that they do is in the collation center. Because no one politician will be able to mobilize thugs around different police stations on election day. It will be a hard thing to do. So let us say, everything we asked for, we did not get today. What were we asking for those, just to refresh our memory? Take a picture of the ECA aid form and post it on the IREV. The collation, we know that there are people that are still going to do the collation, but let us see the numbers. So as you're collecting and the numbers are more, we're going to ask questions. How did this number, where did it happen? This is what they posted. So that is where we are coming from. And in any case, with what we have today, if by the grace of God we get to 2027 and the election happens to take place, we'll start looking at police stations, the numbers that are coming out from police stations. It is not going to be easy. We're still going to fight it. We're still going to make sure that we do our best so that in future, it does not matter. What we are fighting for is for everybody. It does not matter if you're APC, PDP, because there are people in APC too that could be rigged out.
So, one man, I do not want to keep you for so long. I just want to say kudos to those minority senators like Eina Baribe that really stood tall in this fight against the Heineck APC members in the House, especially Mrs. Akpabio, who has shown to be a criminal with a gavel. But we're going to get things right as we move forward in our national life. Thank you, one man, and God bless you.
All right, thank you, Joe. So thank you, Joe. We're going to carry on the conversation in the back end, but for the streaming, then we're going to be shutting it down now. People that are not all yet, so the subscription have not gone up in the manner that they should for the traffic that we have had in the course of this session. So if you are not already subscribed, please do. I'm going to be shutting it down on YouTube, but that's the link in the comment section right there. So if you want to come in and come to the back end, the conversation would almost at least still carry on. But nobody is even super chatting the stream anymore. So that's where we are now. I'm not quite sure what's going on now. But thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.